liebe Motorsportfans, das in der grünen Hölle. Wir sind ready for das 24h Qualifiers und damit willkommen aus der Boxengasse. An meiner Seite Emily Miller. Emily, gemeinsam freuen wir uns drauf. Die Motoren laufen schon, die Mechaniker sind bereit und auch die Fahrer haben schon Platz genommen. Auf 3 Stunden Rennaction heute und das gleiche morgen, das nochmal. Doppelpack am Wochenende hier zum Qualifiers am Nürburgring. Emily, willkommen in der Boxengasse.
Vielen lieben Dank, ich freue mich dabei zu sein.
Dabei, mittendrin, wir sehen das als Vorbereitung für die 50. Ausgabe des 24-Stunden-Rennens.
Peter, welcome. Peter is, of course, one of our regulars for coverage of the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, of which this is not a part, it should be said. This is a standalone event prior to the ADAC 24h of Nürburgring in a couple of weeks' time. We've seen this before. It's normally a 6-hour race, and in fact, Peter, we still do have 6 hours of competition this weekend.
We do. Welcome, John. Just over 2 days instead of all in one race. 2 races. Quite different. I think it's all part to do with the 50th anniversary celebrations, isn't it? They decided to change things a little bit and mix it around a bit, and we've even got some qualifying, haven't we, where we've got the driver's dream, I think we mentioned in our preview a few days ago, John, of being allowed to drive the Nürburgring on your own, a clear lap, no other traffic. That never, ever happens at the Nürburgring. It does here this weekend for the first time ever.
And we've already gone through qualifying for the qualifying race. We've gone through a top 40 single lap shootout, as you've described, but that's not the only one we've got this weekend, because tomorrow we have a full day for you across the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels, as well as, of course, on the World Feed TV. We start quite early, 9:15 Central European Summertime, 8:15 in the UK tomorrow, with single lap qualify or single car qualifying, 2 laps for every single car on the grid for the second race tomorrow. So Snowy and I will be absolutely, completely burned out before we even get to the grid tomorrow.
It's quiet compared to an NLS race. It's only 91 cars, John.
Yes, very true. This morning...
I'm trying to help you out there.
This morning in warm-up, only 78, 79 went out this morning.
That's half an NLS race.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what's the matter with them. So that was this morning. Weather at the moment is decent. There is a rain, quite a big belt of rain running down from Spa, which has caused some red flags at Spa in the WEC, and that is coming this way. Whether it gets here in time to be in effect here, I'm not sure. It could be towards the end of the race, as it's getting a little bit into the gloaming.
You've got to keep an eye on it, haven't you?
Yeah.
It's a possibility. We always forget that Spa and Nürburgring, they're only 60 kilometres apart. Different countries, but it is only 60 k's away, and that weather front can transfer across quite easily. And my understanding at the moment is that there's a possibility of the weather from Spa, as you say, it's caused a red flag out there. It's so wet. To move its way across to Nürburgring, roundabout sort of towards the latter stage of this 3-hour race we've got this evening. So make the closing stages interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Hello to Jerry Z and to N-Ring Racing, already tuned in. Nice to know that you're in sound or vision or both. Big moves for us this year, in that we're back on the World Feed TV for this event and indeed for the Nürburgring 24 all the way through. Can't wait for that. And obviously we've always done the streaming, and thanks to our colleagues at the Nürburgring TV, we are bringing all of the services back together again later on in this month for the full race itself, and let's hope we do indeed get a full month. There's a few spectators here. It's not the same sort of crowd, Peter, as you would have for the N24, but 91 cars, round about half of what we'll get for that as well. And what we're seeing here is, if you like, it's a prologue, a prelude, but there will be manufacturers' points at the end of today and tomorrow, and there will be people who are qualifying, hence the qualifying title, to get into the what is called top car qualifying in a couple of weeks' time.
Exactly as you say, John. It may not count in terms of points or NLS or whatever, but it is, you know, the big one, the one that counts to all the teams, everybody involved, competitors, drivers, technicians, whatever, is the N24 hour. And this is the one before the big one, as in this is what really matters, what counts. So it's hugely important and great significance to everybody involved, not least of us too, John, because it's pretty important. We've still got 91 cars. We've got to remember this, that we're also on the full Nürburgring, Nordschleife and Grand Prix circuit, so it's the full 25 kilometres and 170 corners this time. And yeah, I think we often overlook that. We're just saying there's half an NLS race here because we have 130, 140, sometimes 160 in NLS. And days gone by when I first did this, it was over 200 cars in the race, which was phenomenal. I've got a figure in my head. I think it was 240 something when I
first year that we
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and Roll!
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig!
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Scheiße! Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.
Rennen und in 3 Wochen lang, 49 Ausgaben. Wir haben die 50. Ausgabe, die 50 Jahre. Ganz wichtiger Unterschied, aber da müssen wir uns noch mal unserer Motorsport.
I mean, that's a rarity. It's an absolute rarity. Distance record is still 1:59, isn't it? Yes, it is. 2014, Chris Haas, Christian Mamarov, René Rassemark or Winkelhock for the Phoenix Racing Audi. We got close to that a couple of years ago. Actually, no, that was 2017 now. I remember being there for that. And that was 157 in 19, 158 in 2017. So we've got there we got there pretty close to that.
Vitesse, aber auch die Cayman in den unterschiedlichen Konfigurationen. Fährt der Opel raus, dahinter
Some of the non-German cars we've got in this, as we mentioned, John, we've got a Octane Ferrari, we've got the Conrad Lamborghini, and not to mention, we have we mustn't forget to mention, we've got a couple of the Astons out there, from great to see TF Sport out there with a very strong lineup, and good to see that. I'm going to be always mentioning the Astons, as John's going to know. John's going to have to stop me doing that too much because I'm a bit too much of an Aston man. I think we're probably equals in that. I'm very much Aston, you're very much Porsche, aren't you?
No, I mean, well,
I'm not saying we have favourites and bias, but there's things that we're akin to, we like.
Well, it depends if you're talking road or race cars, I suppose, doesn't it?
I think both the manufacturers there make mighty good examples of both road and race.
So cars out on the Grand Prix circuit, as Peter rightly said. And it is the 24-hour version of the Grand Prix circuit that is being used today. Why do I make that distinction? It's important because the first complex is not the same as the NLS, and neither is it the same because you go all the way down to the bottom of the hill to the Dunlop curve in the 24H. In the 24H version of it. Peter, qualifying, who are we going to see at the sharp end of the field?
I would say at the moment it's going to be highly unlikely if it's anything but a BMW or I'd say a Porsche. The Mercedes just don't seem to quite have that performance advantage they've had at the moment the last couple of years, say a season and a half ago, so 2020, 21, and nor do the Audis. That's qualifying though, and I'm answering the question very specifically about qualifying as opposed to what might happen in the race. That could come through very, very different in the race. You'd be a hard push not to see one of these new M4s right up at the sharp end. Equally, the Conrad Lamborghini's got an ability to surprise us all, and we've seen that before where it's been on pole for an NLS round this year, but just didn't quite be able to convert it. So you never know.
Well, they're looking pretty decent, as we said. And that BMW... I should mention there's a couple of BOP changes, actually, with the windscreen wipers being used by one of the... Now, that's
the Aston, the Pro Sport Aston, number 21.
That is one of the GT4 cars, the number 81.
81, my apologies.
The Swiss Cheeseport AG car. And, now, 50 years of BMW this year. And the number 20 is on its dollies. Don't get too worried about that. They might be just moving it to its pit position. Yes, that's exactly what they're doing as that car is being pushed down the grid, not using up any of its Michelin rubber.
Very wise to save it as much as possible. Just looking at, there was we saw it on the dollies there. I was just trying to describe. There's a bit of a gold foil actually behind one of the vents there on the front wing. I just thought there was a bit of panel work missing. Caught my attention for a moment, but yeah, the Pro Sport Aston, as you say quite rightly, John, that's the GT4 version, number 81. It's in the SB10 class. That was making its way through the back of the grid. Of course, they haven't done the full Nordschleife this time. They've just come around the little bit of the Grand Prix circuit and rejoining
and
come back. Whereas they'll do the full starting, rolling that from there. Fantastic car, this new M4. Quite a deviation from the old M6 being a V8. This is now a straight 6, 3 litre. Apparently, the engine weighs 40 kilos less.
Wow.
Than the outgoing V8 in the M6. And you just think trying to save 40 kilos on a race car is, if you can save 0.4 of a kilo, a technician's happy. 4 kilos, they're over the moon. 40 is extraordinary. So that's a lot of development gone into that car. And of course, it's also based a lot to do with modern racing. We see all these young drivers now, John, coming into simulators and the like. The steering wheel in this M4 is transferable to the BMW simulator. You can literally take it off the car, or more to the point, you can go and learn the Nürburgring, for instance, on the simulator, take your steering wheel off, go and put it in the race car, and go and drive it. I mean, that's progress, isn't it?
It certainly
frighteningly
is.
So.
Yeah, and that's the the guys in the virtual world have come on leaps and bounds over the last few years, and particularly the long yellow that we had in Full Metal Motorsport was used to some effect by particularly BMW and one or two of the other manufacturers, but BMW really stole a march on everybody else, as did Bentley, who have also got a virtual to real life steering wheel as well. So the car's just warming up their tyres. 2 spits and spots of rain, it would seem, and we are still well away from the cars rolling off. They are allowed, as Pete said, to be able to roll out of the pit lane, go around, and then they rejoin on the cut through at the end of the Grand Prix circuit. There's more than the odd one or two who are using the wipers at the moment. Number 6 Bilstein sort of camo car. It's almost as if the AMG is out doing one of the manufacturer test days out there. They don't want any decent photographs of it in that sort of very light green and white speckle pattern.
Pastel colours.
Pastel colours.
It's almost minty, isn't it?
Very good. Very good indeed. Yeah, as I say, it looks like they don't want to people to see what is going on. Just checking to make sure there's been no changes in the grid since this morning. Don't think there has been. So the best Porsche on the grid is the KCMG number 18. That's where Patrick Simon is at the moment. That's the Earl Bamber, Josh Burden et al. Car. Let's have a listen.
The BMWs are extremely fast this year with the new cars, so we gotta do everything we can to really prepare ourselves for 24-hour. At the moment, okay, we're starting where we are now, but let's see what we can do in the race.
Good luck for the first 3 hours today. Dennis Olsen, zurück zu euch.
Dennis Olsen there, talking to Patrick Simon, and thankfully I didn't have to try and translate. KCMG, the Hong Kong-based group, still relative newcomers here, but have won in everything that they've been in, Peter. They are a very well-organised team, a huge conglomerate, KCMG, KC Motorsport Group Limited, and their racing teams have always been successful, whatever they've taken on, whether it's been single-seaters, GTs or endurance.
Absolutely so, and no reason to doubt they won't do the same today. I think the variable we've got today, Dennis Olsen's just mentioned that the new BMW is very, very quick this season, this new car.
Let's head back to Patrick on the grid, see where he's got to now.
Neues Format, zweigeteilt. Nimm uns einfach mal mit, warum man sich dazu entschieden hat für die Fans.
New format, 2 races. First time for the top qualifying for all of the drivers and teams tomorrow. More time on track this weekend than they've had before in the qualifying. So, race director that Patrick was talking to there at the front of the grid. Not quite sure as far as the weather is concerned, not quite as bright as everybody is hoping, and just 1 or 2 spots of rain on the starting grid now as well. It always amazes me, Peter, not so much at this race, but certainly at the 24 hours itself, how close we get to the cars rolling off, and yet there are still so many people on the grid. It's a marvellous piece of logistics.
It is. We've seen it in NLS and stuff as well, where they then have a bit of a grid walk, and you get the public out there as well, and it's absolutely fantastic. You can get close up to these cars.
Connor De Filippi now on the grid. No, it's Philipp Eng, excuse me.
Gern mit fremde Lorbeeren. Also der Augusto hat gestern echt einen Top-Job gemacht, war eine super Runde. Und es ist natürlich jetzt cool auf der Pole zu stehen. Wetter ist Nürburgring typisch. Pünktlich zum Start fängt es zum Tröpfeln an, aber deswegen lieben wir den Platz hier so.
Du sagst gerade den Regen schon angesprochen. Es ist schwierig, über die 25 Kilometer immer die richtige Entscheidung zu treffen. 10 Minuten Schild kommt raus, Zuschauer raus. Wann muss die Entscheidung fallen, welcher Reifen drauf ist und wer trifft sie?
So he said he'd enjoyed the one-shot showdown. Patrick was asking him about, look, it's going to be 10 minutes from when you roll off here to when you come back, and the weather could have changed massively. This is in the BMW for Philipp Eng.
You're saying typical Nürburgring, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Typical Nürburgring. You never know what it's going to deliver.
Ja, es kann alles möglich sein. Also da haben wir zum Glück sehr schlaue Köpfe, die das dann entscheiden.
Und du musst es dann ausbaden. Viel Spaß dabei. 3 Stunden. Eher so eine Sprintformation. Das heißt, Attacke in die erste Ecke und dann allen wegfahren.
Just 3 hours, much more of a sprint race, says Patrick. So you're attacking from the start?
Da ist ja noch eine Aktion ganz oben auf deiner Bucketliste, wo der Haken dran fehlt. Viel Glück dabei. Das ist der Rowe BMW mit der 99. Das Pole-Auto für dieses 3 Stunden. Ja,
Rover BMW. Another one with the 50 years on the side of the car.
I've got to say, John, asking Philipp Eng if he's going to attack from the start, it's a bit of a retourical question, isn't it?
It's a bit like saying, are you going to stay breathing, isn't it?
Exactly, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a... Peter, as I said, the grid is absolutely packed at the moment.
Right,
exactly
John, latest for you. Are you ready?
All right, this is the weather, is it?
It's been declared a wet race.
No way!
Yep.
Okay. Yes, pit exit is now red. The pit exit has closed. So, nobody who has... anyone who has not got out the pits is now stuck in the pits. Okay, down to Ferrari, the number 26 car.
Second row in the Ferrari between all the BMWs. It seems that the new BMW is quite strong, but also the Ferrari.
Yeah, I think we are still there. We worked pretty hard. My teammate Luca did a great lap yesterday. So yeah, everything looks good for the race. But yeah, it's a short race, so we will see how it goes also with the weather. So let's see.
Good luck for the race. Und der Mann, der die Zeit gefahren ist, Luca Ludwig. Gar kein Rennoverall an, bist hier mit dem Handy.
Luca Ludwig in that next to that 26.
Heute gar nicht im Auto?
Doch, gleich am Ende fahre ich und jetzt fährt der John den Start und dann der Björn. Deshalb haben wir noch viel Zeit, ein 3-Stunden-Rennen. Aber generell läuft es gut, wir waren richtig zufrieden gestern mit unserer Performance und lässt sich ja sehen. So weit vorne zu stehen ist sowieso alles super eng beisammen, wir haben es ja gesehen. In 2 Sekunden sind die ersten 20 und ich denke mal, so wird es bei 4 Stunden auch sein in 3 Wochen.
Rennen wird jetzt als Wet Race deklariert, lässt ein bisschen mehr Spielraum für die Reifen. Molly Martini und ich standen gestern in Wehrseifen beim Top 30. Das hat ausgesehen, als würde der Ferrari wahnsinnig schnell und gierig in die Ecke reinlenken können, gerade im Wehrseifen. Nimm uns mal mit.
Ja, ich bremse halt 10 Meter später als der Rest.
Again, talking about the short race, just 3 hours. Also declared a wet race, giving them the opportunity to change tyres if they want to now. Doesn't mean it's necessarily wet all the way around, but for safety reasons.
Aber wir haben ja gesehen, die Jokos gehen ja auch gut hier auf P3, also die sind auch scheinbar sehr gut aussortiert. Also ist da auch ein guter...
Yeah, and Luca mentioning the different tyre companies as well here, and the different...
Luca Ludwig, vielen Dank. Der Ferrari mit der 4, das Octane 100
different characteristics,
und
and
zurück zu den Jungs nach oben.
That number 26 car looks like it's going to be started by his teammate, who we heard from a bit earlier on.
Yeah, I think it might be Simon Tremere. That's the Swiss entry, the 488 GT3 of Octane 126. It is a 488. It's not an Evo version though, John.
Okay. I think that was... Who did we talk to first?
Well, the Jonathan Hershey. Jonathan Hershey normally starts the car. Yeah,
and that was Jonathan that we spoke to, so that would make sense. So drivers beginning to get togged up now. Get the earpieces in, put those in. How many times have you put your balaclava and your helmet on, fasten yourself up, put your gloves on, and then look down and realise that you've got your earpieces that you haven't put in and have to take it all off again?
It has happened, yeah, lack of discipline. And the one time you don't want to do it was I did it years ago when testing. Was in a Group C car, Spice, which you'll know, Donington, and I don't know, 3-4 laps in it. And honestly, I felt like I'd just spent half an hour in a washing machine. It was ridiculous, and my ears were ringing for the next 3 days.
So do you, when you drive, you've driven here before, you've driven here for a multitude of teams, of manufacturers. and you still drive now, do you have an absolutely set routine about what you... some people call it superstition, but it's actually been organised. Is it left glove always first, then right glove?
100% so, yes. Absolute discipline. You don't want anybody talking to you at the time. It's not about being selfish or whatever, but you say it's to avoid that exact scenario you've just said of forgetting something as important as that. And it's not the simple noise factor, whatever. These days, obviously, earbuds, they're moulded to you now, so that they've got you listening to your radio on that, so you've got to have them to talk to the teams. But yeah, it is absolutely the sort of, the left sock first, the left glove first, and if you do it the wrong way round or something, you take something out of your pocket, you have to do it back. You have to go back again and start again.
Correct.
So you can't take your left glove off again, and scratch or something, put it back, because then you've got that one on first. You've got to do it the last. You've got to do it the way around. It is these superstitions that I think most drivers do have them one way or the other.
So that's Peter Snowden. I'm John Hindhaugh. The grid is beginning to be cleared now. It is the number 99 Roa BMW on pole position after the top qualifying this morning. And that's yellow, white and grey car sitting in echelon formation at the moment. New pace cars, new safety well, no, they are pace cars here because we don't see them as safety cars. I noticed always used to be Porsche. It looks like their German partner brand, of course. Audi and Porsche both part of VAG for the moment, but that's an Audi R8 that is sitting at the front of the field. Has been various 911s in the past, and sometimes the secondary and tertiary safety cars for the other groups have been from other manufacturers. So BMW's 2, the 4 in the qualifying, Peter, and they're on a roll at the moment. 1, 2, 3 and 5 in the last NLS. A little bit of a BOP. I was about to talk to that before we went back down to the grid. They've lost literally a couple of horsepower, 4 horsepower from those cars. Will that make a difference around here?
Probably more psychologically than anything else, because you think you've lost stuff. Why? There's a reason for it. The organisers have got a very valid reason for it. Would it make that much difference? I don't know. I'll tell you what I'll do. I might text somebody like Dan Harper in a minute and just ask him and say, why don't I do that while we're doing that?
Right.
Just ask him direct.
10 kilos for the Porsches would seem to me to be slightly more significant, because weight, it's not just about a straight line. You've got to move that around when you're turning left and right, when you're accelerating, when you're braking. So 10 kilos doesn't sound a lot, but if you or I could lose 10 kilos, we'll take that in a heartbeat, wouldn't we?
I'll split it with you, 5 each.
All right, if I could get 5 off, I'd be back down to 100 again, which I'd be very, very happy with. So on the front of the grid, the 99 Rover BMW, and alongside that, the number 77 Shell Helix Ultra car. Then it's the 101 in the sort of dark blue, red and white. Then the first of the Ferraris. Then the second of the Rover BMWs. Then the BWT AMG. Then the first of the Audis. Then the best of the Porsches is that KCMG. Then the Works BMW, the number 20 car. Then the 02, the Alpecin, red, black and white, 102 BMW. Then the Schnitzellaum, number 34 AMG. Phoenix Audi comes next, the number 22. And then we've got the next Porsche. They're very well split up. Then the second of the BWT AMGs. The 25 Porsche, the 116 KTM Crossboys, bright KTM Crossboys, bright orange. Then the 5 Audi. And then I missed an Audi out there, which our cameraman's moving just a little bit too quickly for me. Then we are into where the Glickenhaus is, right beside the Bilstein number 6. That running in SPX, of course. But there's a very good amount of GT3 cars, some 30 plus GT3 cars. There's a AM category in that as well, and that's before we get down to the GT4s. And there's plenty of Aston Martins for Snowy to get excited about in the GT4s. The new BMW, or fairly new BMW M4 GT4, as well as the M4 GT3. and of course the Porsche 718 Cayman CS Club Sports are in there as well. And we are rolling with 20 minutes to go to the green flag. We have got them going down through the first little chicane. They don't use the full part of the arena section. That's that odd little hook that they come through. So you barely get it slowed down and stopped for the first corner, which is a tough braking area, as Peter very well knows. You come into that pretty much blind because it's a curve coming into it, and it's downhill, and you're braking, and then it dips in the middle. And then just as you come out of it, it goes negative camber. There's pretty much everything that a racing car doesn't want on that first corner.
And to add to that, you need to change your breathing when you approach that, because you arrive so quickly that you need to not have air in your lungs when you brake, because it's it's such a stop. You need to control your breathing and exhale before you get onto the brakes, because it will knock it out of you otherwise. Then turn in, turn right, turn left, and then breathe again.
I don't have to start thinking about breathing when I brake now, Peter, as well. I have enough trouble remembering which pedal to hit and what gear I'm supposed to be in.
Well, the devil's in the detail.
Okay.
Just going back through quickly the cars you were reading out there, John, we omitted to mention that, of course, we've lost one of the Porsches, the number 44 Falcon Motorsports Porsche, with a fairly big accident to Klaus Bachler in free practice earlier on yesterday. But all okay, but the car decidedly not so that'll be out, and that will come back at the N24 that's not taking part in this weekend. And I think we also lost the number 12 Mercedes Team Bilstein entry of Raffaele Marciello, who was such a stellar driver at Brands Hatch last weekend, wasn't he? Manuel Metzger and Lucas Stoltz in that car. It may be out. The number 44 Porsche certainly is out of contention, anything partaking this weekend, but the number 12 Mercedes may well be recoverable. And I think they are working on it. It's a possibility it's not in this race, John, but it might be out tomorrow. Keep an eye out. If it appears on the grid now in my sights, or we see it, then great, they've done a job quicker than ever. But that should be about, I think, by tomorrow latest.
Okay. Well, that is an advantage, of course, of spreading this over 2 days. There was...
Yeah, my apologies, sorry, the number 44 Porsche was actually, it was a crash in warm-up this morning. So
nothing good ever happens in warm-up, as the saying goes. Whereas Dan Binks, famous at Corvette Racing, used to say, when we asked him, why are you not out in warm-up? We don't need any practice in fixing stuff. Except he didn't say stuff. He used a far more descriptive and rather Anglo-Saxon term for an American. I think you can use your brains and work out of that. Seems to be a Lamborghini all the way at the back of the first group, which I wasn't expecting. There was one of the cars from top qualifying was penalised because they didn't go out with a full tank of fuel as they had to. It's Hyundai that leads off the second group in the Elantra, the fastback car, then one of the Aston Martin GT4s, then one of the i30 Hyundais. There are many flavours of Hyundai TCR cars. They're all, roughly speaking, based on the same chassis. That I didn't check through to see if there was one of the Velostas, the Veloster N's here as well. But a good entry. There's a full TCR class. There's also a VT2 class for 2-litre front-wheel drive turbocharged cars. The difference being that it's a spec tyre in TCR, where it's open tyre in VT2. So some of the TCR competitors like to have their own tyre manufacturer, and it can be worth a lot of time around here with a car that with a tyre that is optimised for your car. Sometimes as much as 10 seconds, but remember that's pretty much 3/4 of a second, only 3/4 of a second a mile around here.
Whilst you're busy doing that, John, I'm just trying to work out if I can establish on starting orders who's actually in the BMW Junior Team number 72 entry, whether it's Neil Verhagen, Max Hesse or Daniel Harper, because there's not much point in sending Daniel Harper a text if he's busy in there. We'll test him and see if he actually answers on the way around the warm-up.
Well, we'll know if he comes back to us.
Tell you what, I'll hit send anyway and just see what happens, shall we? There we go, job done.
I think
button pressed.
Well, he'll either answer it now or in about an hour and a half's time when he gets out.
It'd be really cool if he waved, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Proper entertainer. That's a pro, isn't it? That's a pro for you.
Send him a text and say, you're on camera now, please wave. No, I think not. Second starting group with Phalanx. What is the collective name for a whole brood of Caymans? The mid-engined flat six Porsche.
A posse? A posse of Porsches?
Possibly, yes. Amazing
Potentially.
Things. The boxes and the Caymans, even the street cars, amazing things. You cannot see the engine from anywhere on them. It's low down, it's right in the middle of the car. There will be people who tell you that they handle as well, if not better, than the 911 Big Brother, and that therefore they are a better proposition. The new GT4 and GT4 Club Sport out for the road going versions of those cars. There is spray coming up as they are heading up towards the top of the hill and to Arenberg past Flugplatz. As soon as they've gone up there and through towards Schwedenkreuz, before they even get to Arenberg, there's definitely spray being thrown up, but down on the start line and around the arena sections and the Grand Prix sections, that looks pretty dry still. So perhaps the rain, which normally comes in from the end of the Grand Prix circuit, from the bottom of the hill, so still looking all right through the Hats and back as we get the opportunity to have a look at what's going on further round. In the pit lane, Aston Martin. Now, this is not good. It's in the garage, in fact, for the number 80. This is another one of the GT4 cars, and that is one of the works coloured cars.
Yeah,
Peter.
that's a Pro Sport entry with Maxime Demeray in it, and Jolam and Jean Gloria and Simon Buxton in that car. As you say, it's a Pro Sport entry, the GT4. Shame to see that in the garage already. It hasn't even got any rims on it, sitting up on its air jacks. So that's definitely not taking part. John, I need to make a correction already. Started, doesn't mean to go on. My Twitter feed's lit up already because I've got some information the wrong way round. So better correct it while I can. When I said 12 and 44 weren't taking part in the weekend, I've got them the wrong way round.
Right.
It's 12 that is definitely out, and 44 that might well be rebuilt for tomorrow, as in the Porsche. So just want to go on record to get that the correct way round. Only fair to the teams involved that are working extremely hard on the correct car to get it out for tomorrow.
Right, thank you. That sounds good. Sounds very good.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and roll!
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig!
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
Es überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale. Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.
So it's getting closer then to this first of 2 3-hour mini qualifying races, sprint races. And out on the Nordschleife, you see there's not much wet. And this is exactly what you hate, isn't it, Peter, as a driver? The drivers will all be talking to their engineers. The engineers will be talking to the tyre technicians. But really, you're rolling the dice either way, because in 10 minutes, 15 minutes time, it could have all changed again. And the information you're passing back from, you know, coming over the bridge at Hamburg and now to Nicky Lauda's corner before they start at the front of the field, climbing the hill, that's outdated in 10 minutes time.
Well, it is, but quick update for you, looking at the ticker from the main site, and I can tell you now that Flugplatz and Schwedenkreuz, it is already wet.
Yeah, that's definitely what we saw when they rolled out through there from the trackside cameras.
I can also confirm that Dan Harper is not starting in the BMW Junior Class. He's replied,
and he says
it's
4 horsepower.
He said it certainly won't help. Typical
racing driver.
Typical racing driver response. It certainly won't help. But it's 4 horsepower.
Down in the pits, Patrick Simon looking at treaded Michelin tyres. And that's all of the teams getting ready for those. The weather coming in, it normally comes in from that side of the circuit, from Hamburg and Schwedenkreuz, the Swedish cross, and therefore onto the Grand Prix circuit normally. So teams getting ready in case their drivers decide it is wet enough. And yet, though, Peter, out on the other side of the circuit, coming through towards Brunchen, a bit further back from that actually, but Hohe Acht and that sort of area, it's bright sunshine and it looks like it might have been wet there, but it's drying very quickly indeed if it has been.
Exactly that which Philip Enger said when he was interviewed on the grid, didn't he? That typical Nürburgring. That's exactly the point. Declared a wet race, as we saw at the edge of the pit exit, as you said, John. But I was looking at that thinking, well, they've declared a wet race, it must be further around. As you said, it doesn't mean it's all the way around the circuit, but we've seen it change completely. And it's yet another one of those variables that drivers and teams, everyone involved, have got to absorb and evaluate and do something with, because you go on one bit and it's perfectly okay, 2-3 corners later, and it may not be.
No.
And it's totally unsettling to do that. And don't forget, this circuit is, I say it time and time again, but it's 170 corners, 25 kilometres and 8 minutes or so, thereabouts. Don't quote me on these 8 minute bits exactly. I know all the drivers. Dan Harper's probably saying, only 8 minutes? Probably, I'm going to get a message for that now, I know. But
well, good luck to
audience participation.
Yes, absolutely. Good luck to all the competitors with the postponement of VLN2. That's 4 hours that they didn't get of race conditions around here. Beautiful weather for NLS1, not bad at all for NLS3. NLS2 will go to the end of the year in November. That was the rain check date, if you will. It was cancelled very early in the week, postponed rather early on in the week, NLS2, because of the likelihood of snow. And on the Wednesday, when it was postponed, the weather was fantastic. By Friday, there was 1.5 inches of snow everywhere. More wet coming through to Brunchen. And that's not an area of the track where you want to be caught out extremely quick as you go through Brunchen. And Stefan Beloff S down towards the end of the lap, just coming into that tricky downhill left-handed entry in Brunchen. We're right the way off on the left-hand side. As you come through there is a bit of block paving you can use, and then you start to climb from Brunchen to the ice curve. That's in the early morning starts, that can be terribly slippery there, just underneath the trees. You just come over the top of the rise before the left-hander and realise that you haven't got the grip you expected.
You've got to Oshov, John, that the organisers, absolutely brilliant. They had a spare date in the calendar this year. I think possibly from the events that didn't happen last year.
Absolutely right.
24 hour. But you do have to wonder if the snow postpones the race on April the 9th. What are the chances of better weather in the Eifel Mountains on November the 5th?
Stranger things have happened, though, haven't they?
Place your bets here.
Well, but, you know, as I say, stranger things have happened, and you just really never know what the situation is going to be, and whether that is going to work for them. And we have got pits teams ready. This is the last year that they'll be allowed to electrically heat the tyres in the pit lane. That is not going to be allowed from 2023 onwards. So bear that one in mind as well. Still trying to get some heat in the tyres. Good to see the number 33 Porsche of Falcon. They couldn't get the right amount of tyres of the right construction and compound for the last race, and it was a safety issue, Peter, I think, more than anything else. It was clearly very embarrassing to them as a team that is sponsored directly by a major tyre brand, but I think ultimately they had to make that decision.
Uncontestably so. Absolutely the right decision to make. You know, it's the high-speed nature of this circuit and any kind of racing. It's safety. Yeah, embarrassing as a tyre manufacturer, but it's supply chain issues in Japan. They couldn't get the tyres in, or sufficient tyres of the right compound to risk running around the Nürburgring. So absolutely right, very professional, sensible decision. Draw the cars, don't risk anything, let alone people in those things. So absolutely the right thing to do.
Well, beautiful sunshine as the cars are beginning to make their way through to the final parts of the lap through towards the Gallows Hill, Gallenkopf, and onto the famous long, almost interminably long Dottinger Höhe. Been some cracking finishes already this year with last lap, last gasp passes for major positions.
NLS 1, 1.1 seconds between first and second. NLS 3, which was the second race, remember?
Yeah.
0.1 of a second across the line.
And they are, I mean, that is seriously quick there. That's 170, 180 miles an hour down there. And people are trading paint down towards the end of a race.
Well, Max Hesse in the junior car, last one, was trying to get past the Rover BMW. He said 2 wheels on the grass, kicking up dust on the Dottinger on the last lap of a 4-hour race.
Brilliant.
And still lost out by 1/10 of a second.
Not much on the road that runs parallel to the Dottinger Höhe, and just to the further side of that, sort of driver's left, got the Daimlerstrasse, which is where all of the major car manufacturers, tyre manufacturers, and component manufacturers have their test centres. They use sometimes public days, and also there are a number of what are called industry pool days to test their wares. Hyundai are there, Jaguar are there, Aston Martin are there, the tyre companies are all there, Porsche are just round the corner, and there's 1 or 2 others as well. It's like a who's who of motoring if you drive around the side, and it's right next to where you can drive through and onto the public entry site onto the Nürburgring for tourist laps, tourist Fahrer. Great to have the aerial coverage as well. It'll be probably half to 3/4 of the way round the first lap, or early into the second lap, when the GT3 cars catch the back of the field. The Audi pace car then is slowing everybody down. They're forming up side by side. The 50th running of the Nürburgring 24 is just a couple of weekends away, and this is the first of 2 3-hour qualifying events here today into the evening, and then tomorrow afternoon, after a full single car qualifying session for everyone who enters, this grid being set by top 40 qualifying and 2 qualifying sessions. And it's BMW who have locked out the front row. The Audi is in the pit lane. They cross back onto the Grand Prix circuit. The red lights are still on and people are moving around behind. I've not seen the green lights go on. Now they just go green. But that was some very early moves from back in the field. 1, 2, 3, 4 across the track. Almost 5 across the track going down into turn 1. And the leader on pole position, the Rover BMW, does hold on to the lead, but had to really scrap against the other BMW that was alongside it. That was very tight indeed, but the action, Peter Snowden, was going on further back, where 1 or 2 of the drivers were trying to steal a march and pulled out of line quite early. I'm not saying there was any passing there, but there were certainly people trying to look down the pit wall side in particular.
Well, yeah, Jonathan Hershey in the Ferrari was one of those trying to do exactly that. They're weaving at the moment, trying to get some heat into those tyres, such are the conditions. We know it's down. We did notice on the Dottinger Hoa, on the left-hand kink, even behind the safety car, on that formation lap, there was even a little bit of spray coming off the tyres then, and that's not at speed, so that gives an indication of some of the circuits. One of the BMWs did drop down from around about second or third down to 7th or so, lost a lot of time going into the first turn, almost as if he was staying in the middle of the track, no traffic to stop that, almost as if it was some kind of mechanical problem. So we'll have a look at that. But it's BMW's 1-2, as you said, but it's that Ferrari, Jonathan Hershey in P3, that he was dodging everywhere to try and get through.
I think it might have been the second Rover BMW.
I think you're right, John.
With Nicky Katzberg behind the wheel, who dropped down towards the bottom end of the top 10. He's just ahead of the Valkenhorst car, and then the Schnitzelarm Racing GmbH, the AMG. It's the number 34 car, everybody's favourite schnitzel wreck. It is schnitzel for lunch tomorrow, by the way, Peter. I have been told that by our catering Supremo. So
Supremo is the word. That's an understatement. Underselling completely there, John.
So 3 hours were on the clock when we started. The first group are off. They're through the Hatton back now and heading up towards the end of the Hatton back. Far fewer spectators on this Saturday. I suspect there'll be a few more out there tomorrow. Weather forecast a little better for tomorrow as well. Hello to Aston Martin Racing and to everyone who is working hard for all the manufacturers across so much sport this weekend. In fact, TF Sport, who are running the Aston Martins here, are competing in the WEC, which is not quite finished yet. Still got half an hour to go at Spa. Won't spoil that for you. Sunshine at the Nordschleife for part of it, but showers as well. The second starting group about to come through, and as soon as the safety cars pulled off, the leading Hyundai has got the hammer down, and that is absolutely to try and keep the GT4 car behind it earlier on. The TCR's probably a little bit quicker through the twisty stuff, but the Aston Martin there should have the run down to the first corner, and does do. It's gone all the way around the outside. That wasn't clearly in the plan for the Hyundai that goes back around the outside as they go through the hook, and it's side by side, but you could get another car between them. Well, now you can't, because they're starting to squeeze each other. The number 831 in third position for the Österreich Nanti Birdie driven car, with the grandstand view as they head down the hill on the Grand Prix circuit, and those two pulling away just a little bit. The hordes of BMWs and Porsche Caymans coming through as well. There's a BMW for everyone in this race. And there's about every single version of current and past cars here.
Fits in perfectly with the brand, because they try and make a BMW for everyone.
Well, and
exactly what it is. So that's what you did there.
Yeah, absolutely right. So it's Mark Besseng at the wheel of the Hyundai Elantra. Actually, I think it's Marcus Osterreich behind the wheel of the second car in the 114 Aston, which was the one that was disputing the lead. That was Carlo van Dam, the Dutch driver. No, that can't be right, because that's a Subaru there. My apologies. So who's in the Aston? That must have been the 82 car. But the Subaru is right in there. and the Aston, therefore, that is running at the front. The number 82 is an SP10 car, and that then is Mike David Ortman in that car that he shares with Miklas Born, among others. And that is one of the Pro Sport racing cars. That other car is still in the pit lane for the Pro Sport. We haven't seen that car come back out. And the Aston is stretching its legs as it heads through the Hatzenbach for the first time. But fair play to the plucky Mark Bessing. Well, he knows his way around here in that Elantra. Passing then for the Works Hyundai team. Amazing to me how the TCRs, which were never designed, Peter, as endurance racing cars, have become pretty much a staple, whether it's in the Creventic races here at the Nürburgring, doing all the way up to 24 hours on the 2-litre turbocharged engine that was originally designed to do 40 minutes at a time. They've turned into really, really good endurance racing cars.
It's successfully so, unbelievably. Just on paper, you just wouldn't believe it, would you? But they are, say, world ride, and that's the point. A car that can just go, how many do you enter that car in? And that's the point of it. That's the selling point of it, isn't it?
Mark Bessing is only with one more driver. He's got Manuel Lauch to drive there. So the two Germans there, and Andy Burry is with Moritz Österreich, the German. And they are into the wet area now as the BMWs start to come through, the rear-wheel drive cars. Now that's interesting as they drop down the hill, down through Kallenhard and down towards Verscheifen. I would have thought the front-wheel drive cars would have been a bit better. And in fact, I think the Aston has dropped back just a little bit. Yes, it has. So I think it's the Hyundai of Mark Bessing, who is very good round here, and he's very good round here in the wet as well. Seen him in a number of rear drive cars. I think he sneaked back to the head of that second group, if I'm honest. Leaders at Flansgarden and heading back in the sunshine, in the bright sunshine, down towards the end of the lap. Very, very quick. Down towards the second of the carousels, the smaller of the two, hence kleiner carousel, small carousel. Corner before that, the Swallow's Tail, Schwalbenschwanz, and then towards Gallows Hill, Galgenkopf. And it's still the two BMWs at the front as they were, and a little bit of a gap into third place. Now, how important is the draft on the Dottinger Hohe for the first time? Eng and Verhagen for Rover Racing and the BMW Junior team. In third, is that the Ferrari in third? Is that another BMW? I'll tell you in a moment. Side by side for the lead, and wet offline there for Philipp Eng, and he's still side by side with Neil Verhagen of the BMW Junior team. That's the shell-coloured car as they come into the final part of the Nordschleife, and at the end of the first lap, this is how they stand, with still 2 hours and 51 minutes to go. Rover Racing then, 8:48 from the start behind the safety car. Then Verhagen for BMW Junior. It was the Ferrari in third position. So Jonathan Hershey getting a good run there and putting a couple of BMWs behind him. Following through is Dennis Olsen in the KCMG, and he's just lost a place.
Hershey.
Yeah, he's gone through. So those two made up positions, and in fact the two, well certainly one of the BWT cars has gone through there. That's Maro Engel for Get Speed. So used to seeing those cars in red and white rather than the pink and white. And then the first of the Audis is the number 15, and that's the Phoenix car, isn't it, the 15? Yes, it is.
The BMW that dropped down, by the way, is the 101 Valkenhorst car with Christian Krones at the wheel.
Right.
That was started in P8 and is at least 19th now.
So that was a real drop back. It's Kelvin van der Linde for Team Phoenix number 15, who is in 6th. 7th is Nicky Katzberg, about holding his place for the second of the Rover Racing BMWs. Then Christopher Haase for Audi Sport Team Car Collection, the blue and white car. Then, rather confusingly, because I'm used to having Car Collection run the number 34, they're 22 here, it is the Schnitzelhaus number 34 Mercedes that is next up. And that is in position 9. And rounding up the top 10 at the end of the first lap. I've now managed to scroll my timing screen down too far. It is the Huber Motorsports Porsche. All GT cars, of course. Going out onto the Nordschleife again. The Falcon Motorsports Porsche with Maxi Gortz right ahead for the second of the AMG Team Gatsby cars, and then the Scherer Sport Team Phoenix Audi, and in front of them Schubert Motorsport, Jens Klingmann for BMW. They're all in a big train fighting effectively for 12th and 13th on down. Just ahead of them is Frank Stippler in the Scherer Audi, but he has broken away just a tiny bit. Maxi Gortz right in behind the Audi of Scherer Sport Team Phoenix, and as they go towards the Flugplatz, a definite dry line. It's wet there, they've had to lift off. You can hear quite clearly from the engine note behind my voice, which is the unmistakable sound of a flat 6 Porsche, that number 33 was not and is still not at flat out speeds there as they're climbing up the hill. That behind the wheel of that, by the way, that must be the 33 car, isn't it? So it's Sven Müller. What a great looking lineup that is. He's under pressure now, Sven Müller, who's paired with the Kiwi Jackson Evans and Patrick Peelier, Marcus Seefried. Whether they'll all drive today, I'm not sure. They might cycle everybody through. Some of them might take the car tomorrow. Not sure what their plans will be. I suppose they could all just about get a single stint in. Get some racing there. In behind the 33 is the Top Sport WRT. That's Matt Campbell, another Antipodean in the black and white Top Sport Porsche. Behind him, that's the number 6 Nico Bastian driven BMW Team Bilstein car. That's the car that we talked about, the sort of mint stripes on that car. And at Metzgerfeld, by the time we've gone then from coming out over the Flugplatz and we're at Metzgerfeld, which is, you know, not even a quarter of the lap, we're back in the bright sunshine again, Peter.
It's ridiculous, isn't it? You can barely believe it, but this is what the place does. Quick mention for Charlie Eastwood in the TF Sport Assen. He's made up 2 places already. And Dennis Olsen started 6th in that KCMG Porsche, is now up to 3rd in that move past Jonathan Hershey at the end. Well, kind of going on to the beginning of the second lap, wasn't it, really?
Yeah, well, Hershey certainly, and the Ferrari, the Ferrari of Hershey rather, and the KCMG Porsche certainly had the best of that BMW dropping down through the field, as you mentioned, and they turned that into a 3rd and 4th, and then the KCMG car going through.
And again, what a lineup in that car, though, John. Dennis Olsen, Josh Burden, Nick Tandy, and Earl Bamber. Just, well, like I say, you couldn't buy that. Somebody has. KCMG have.
And Tandy not here, of course, because he did the... Well, do you know what? He might be, because he did the first 2.5-3 hours of the Spa race. There would have been nothing to stop him.
It's only 60 Ks.
Having put Tommy Milner into the Corvette, nothing to stop him getting a helicopter down to here, or maybe getting a run down and being available for the last hour of this race. Not sure how much practice in qualifying he's done, but that's the lineup in that car. Also, watch out for the Schnitzelhaus Racing Mercedes. Marek Bachmann, who I think is starting that guy. So he is Yannick Mettler, Johannes Stengel, Kenneth Heyer. So early running, if you're just joining us, hello, welcome along. Radio Show Limited, sound and vision, audio and visual channels for the Total Energies ADAC 24 Hours of the Nürburgring 2022. This is the first of 2 qualifying races. We are back tomorrow. Get some time into your day tomorrow to check out what happens. 72 BMW is the engine you can hear behind us. That car currently running at the sharp end of the field in 2nd position. And its driver, Neil Verhagen, is looking at the back of Philippe Eng's machine. The latter part of this lap, I love. Neil Verhagen, by the way, the young American driver, much rated by Jeremy Shaw down through the years, and he's taken to Nürburgring racing very well. The last part of the lap, Peter, sort of coming out from Wipperman through Brunchen, and then the run down to the end of the lap. That last little bit into Schwalbenstrand, it's all about rhythm, isn't it? And it's exceedingly quick. You can make or lose a lot of time.
Metronomic. And you've got to keep that flow. You've got to keep the concentration there. As you say, it is super quick, and it slightest mistake and it'll punish you, as this place always will, but that part of the circuit possibly more than anywhere else. Interesting, at the end of that first lap, John, just going back to just been thinking about it, mulling it over in my mind as I do, those 2 BMWs. Bit of a replay of that last lap of the NLS3 with the junior car and the Rover BMW. Different drivers in those 2, but still the same cars.
Yeah.
But the junior car, last time it was Max Hess, this time it's Neil Verhagen. Max Hess on the last lap at NLS3 went to the inside of that King in Dottingerhoe and got alongside and actually got a bit of the bonnet ahead, but still acquiesced. This time round, he went, different driver in the car, yeah. Neil Verhagen, same car, went to the outside, but he had the job done, and he was ahead, but still seemed to come out of it. And second time in 2 meetings, I've seen that happen now. First lap and last lap. Maybe I'm looking for too much, I don't know, but I'm going to get a text from Dan Harper now, aren't you? Just say, oh, you idiot.
I tell you,
this is why.
I tell you what, though, those BMWs must make a big hole in the air, because 10, 12, maybe 15 cars lengths back, Neil Verhagen was actually still getting the draft, and he brought that down to maybe a car's and a half, 2 cars lengths between himself and the leaders. A little bit further back, about another 2 seconds from the battling Beamers at the front of the field, is the first of the Porsches, and that's the KCMG Dennis Olsen driven car. And I would say he is gaining just a little bit on the way. He said, I say that. Yes, he has. He's put in the fastest lap. He took about a second out of those 2 BMWs last time around. We'll give you the rundown of the other class leaders. Obviously, Rover Racing leading overall on SP9. SPX is the True Racing 116 KTM Crossbow in 20th. 30th sees the 127 Kramer Racing K Kramer Racing UG and Co. Porsche 911 GT3 992. That's the Cup 2 class. Cup X is the Teichmann Racing. That's Laura Kreiheimer driving the KTM Crossbow GTX, the 161. Laura, one of the development drivers for KTM. SP8T, Durr Motorsport for Aston Martin in 34th. SP10, which is the full GT4 category, that's the Pro Sport car. That's another Aston Martin Vantage, number 82. Mark Bessing leads TCR. They were having a good scrap between them, and they're still 41st and 42nd, having led away the second group. That's the 830 Hyundai, the Elantra. Subaru, the Van Damme driven SP3T leader is the 114. That is in 43rd position. Cup 3 is one of the hordes of Porsche Caymans. It is the 254 car, which is a privately entered machine. Behind that is the Adrenaline Motorsport BMW Club Sport, the M2. That's a Cup 5 car. That is just for those particular cars. That's the 871 in 50th position. The AT class is being led in 53rd position overall by the 633. The Anton Guven driven 4 Motors GmbH car. There's a bit of a story there as well, if I'm not mistaken, because That is a car that is being driven at the moment, number 633, by Achan Guven, who is Porsche Works driver and really came to prominence in the virtual world and was coaching all of the real world drivers and is pretty decent behind the wheel of a real world car. Con Ledegaard, by the way, the teammate there for Chan. In 57th, that's another leader. That will be SP4T. Right, let's go down to the pits for a moment. I'll come back. We'll see what's going on down at Rover.
Ja, momentan etwas links. Ist ein bisschen schwierig, weil gerade Flugplatz bei Schweden kreuz runter noch feucht ist.
Right, they're talking about the wet and how difficult it is on slicks from Flugplatz onwards.
Super, vielen Dank und viel Erfolg.
And the question will be whether they come in to go for wet. We've got a slow zone, in fact, it has been upgraded to a code 60 at Flugplatz. Now, is that just for the weather, or has somebody gone off there?
No, it's car 245.
Thank you.
Which I'm just going to find for you, John.
Car 240.
One of the 240s, the Schnitzel Realm.
Oh, no!
Sorry, Schnitzel Realm Racing M1, sorry, 240i.
Right.
Two noise of Bjorn Greusemann and Marco Buska pedaling that car, or not at the moment.
They were battling with the Adrenaline Motorsport number 240, so they were in the late 50s, early 60s in the Racing Cup car.
Adrenaline Motorsport that have won this for the last 3 years in a row. The whole series, obviously the series is won further down the field, not the we focus naturally on the GT3 car SB9 categories. Of course, that's not always where it's won from. Interesting, John, I was just watching these two BMWs at the front. It's almost across the line. What did they cross the line with? It was a
couple of seconds.
Yeah,
a couple of tenths of a second.
Couple, 6 tenths wasn't the end of that lap. But I think Neil Verhagen lost out a little bit, but then seemed to have gained, bizarrely, in the places where you wouldn't have thought he was going to, i.e. where it's wet. And it seemed to catch it back up again. So I'm intrigued. There's interesting in some sector timers there. And he's in sector 4, Neil Verhagen is 3 tenths quicker than Enger in the similar Rover entry in front of him.
Two battling Porsches coming to the line now, the two Porsche Caymans. This is the Club 3, first and second as they come to the line. The 254 Irma Porsche is the light blue with the white racing stripes, and right in behind it is the K. Kramer Racing AG and Co. KJ. That is the 255, so 254 and 255 having the battle there. And at the moment, it's the little blue one that's doing the best, and that is the a family outing. It's the 911 racing car. Now, we talked about the 911 racing car at Racing Family at Spa a couple of weekends ago. Moritz, Niklas and Leo Irma. That is, as I say, that is the 254 car. 9 and 11 racing. Of course, 911 Porsche, they have some very nice old Porsche race cars that they campaign as well. And currently in the 255 is Karl Friedrich Koll, who is in the old German team, the K. Kramer Racing AG and Co. KK. Leaders coming through traffic as I thought they might. Second lap already. Let me just quickly finish the rundown of the leaders in class there. We got down to the 57th BMW 240, the Dur Adrenaline Motorsport Racing team. It is the VT2 BMW is a 330 G20 for the Adrenaline Motorsport team. That's number 330 car in 61st position now. Porsche 911 leads the V6 category. That's the 397 privately ended car. Adrenaline have a third class leader in the shape of Porsche Cayman 981. That's the same shape as Eve's Boxster. That is the V5 class. That's the 444. The GT Tyre Motorsport Volkswagen Golf leads VT2 front-wheel drive. That's the 223. And finally, 325i BMW, the venerable 325i BMW leads in V4, and that is the 323 car, another privately entered car, 83rd on the track out of 87, call it 86 now, because the second of the K Kramer Racing Ergay cars, 718, number 252 is in the pits, as is the Cup 3, number 259. That's another Cayman as well. Lead us back on the Dottinger Peter, as they come round to complete lap 3.
Dennis Olsen is the man to watch at the moment. I think these two BMWs certainly duking it out. They're going to get to the end of this lap. Gets Tiergarten now, the left, a bit of a dip there. Flick right, flick left. It gets really tight up against the barriers there. No room for any errors there. The Neil Verhagen and the junior team tries to tuck up behind of Enger's Rover one, but I think he's got to watch his mirrors with Dennis Olsen now. He's the man on the charge in that KCMG Porsche. Definitely a man to be looking out for on this lap, I think, John.
If you'd like to get in touch with us, it's at RSL_studio, and our hashtag to keep it apart from everything else that we're covering this weekend, and particularly today, hashtag RSLN24Q. RSLN24Q at RSL_studio.
Right on cue, Dennis Olsen just set the fastest lap of the race at 8:24.7. Octane Ferrari into the pits, number 26 is the team wanted it. So that's that had Hershey, Jonathan Hershey.
Still has.
So it's still putting slicks onto that car.
New slicks.
Which is interesting because it's slicks coming off, putting new slicks on. So maybe it went out on a set of scrub slicks. I think they're only doing the left-hand side of that car, John. I'm not sure if they're going to do.
No, they are. They are.
They have done both sides. Okay. Just couldn't see.
Goodyear tyres for that car. Remember, we do have open tyre competition in the top category, and there you might even see different cars in different teams, but from the same manufacturer, using different tyres. So not all of the BMWs or all of the Audis will be on the same tyre. It's always the fuel that takes the time. It is a pistol grip pump that takes time. Meantime, one of the BMWs going in and being pushed back into its garage as well. Now,
I'm just intrigued why they bring that car in so early, John.
To get off strategy, that's the only thing.
Yeah, exactly. All it can be.
It's the end of lap 3. It is the case that they get 8 laps normally, and
at best,
yeah, 7 or 8
at best. Yeah, to round it, especially using the full length of the GP circuit now as well.
That's a good point. That is just under an hour.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a splash.
Yeah.
They've effectively done their short stint already.
Exactly. We've got so exactly. So maybe they've played a blinder there, done it early, but I didn't see the right-hand side tyres change. But you say they did.
They were definitely running around. There was guys running around on the other side. I presume that they were changing tyres. It could have been that they had a slow puncture, of course. We might find out from our pit reporters down there. Let's see what...
brand new set of stickered slicks that went onto it, John. Of course, they weren't scrubbed, weren't anything. They were brand new stickered ones, without question.
Yeah, you were right about that 245 car earlier on. One of the cars that were battling at the sharp end of its class. A technical defect is what we've been told. The 830, I think from memory, I'm not quite like Bruce Jones who can remember anything. I think that's the leader in. Yes, it is. Mark Bessing was under investigation for a jump start, and we haven't seen the resolution of that. I did say that he was on the power early, didn't I? Trying to keep in front of that Aston Martin. So that's very interesting. Leaders carving their way through all kinds of traffic now, and this is where you've got to keep your wits about you, Peter, isn't it? Whether you're being passed or doing the passing.
Well, the big thing is, we've said it so many times, that the people that are being passed, they've just got to stay online, do their thing. It sounds obvious. It is always the etiquette of the track. It's always the faster car's responsibility to get around the slower car.
Yeah.
But the problem is, you've got somebody right behind you, particularly someone like Neil Verhagen in the junior team that's chomping at the bit. They want to revenge that last round just a couple of weekends ago, where they so nearly did it by 1/10 of a second. And that's the same team, same lineup in that car. They want to get in there, and our leader's got his work cut out for him there, because you hesitate, because what's the car doing in front? You say there's a massive speed differential. What's he doing? Why you think about that? Someone like Neil Verhagen will just go, I'll have some of that, thank you very much.
Just going across the bridge at Breitscheid, which was the second tourist entrance, of course, back in the day, through towards Bergwerk, and then they'll start climbing the hill. Bergwerk, you turn in so late for that, and do not take any curb on the inside. Right, down to the Ferrari pit. Okay, so Bjorn Grossman saying that there was a slow puncture on the left-hand side of that Ferrari after contact with another car, with a Porsche. I did say that our pit team might get down and get that for us. New regulations as well in pit lane. Anyone who is in pit lane all the time in the working pit must have full fire suit on. Now, you don't need it if you're sitting on the pit wall. You don't need it if you're only in the pit box. But anyone out in the working pit lane, including the journalists and photographers, has to be fully fireproofed up. First three together out of the Carrucciola carousel, the big carousel, now heading up the hill to the highest point of the track, Act. Beautiful evening sunshine. The setting sun with long shadows being cast now, Peter, from the trees to the drivers left on the part of the circuit. They are now heading back down towards Brunchen in a couple of corners' time, so through Wippermann now. But the setting sun is going to cause problems further around the track, because it's going to be right in your face in a couple of three positions.
Literally a blind brow. You come over and you are blinded. It's totally different, and it'll change in a matter of minutes from corner to corner. But it is going to catch people out. This little gap now between the KCMG Porsche has just dropped off a little bit. Dennis Olsen's just dropped down 5-6 car lengths, John, from Neil Verhagen's in the BMW Junior car. He, in turn, is now getting a little bit closer. Now the lead had just been held up a little bit there. That's going to give Neil Verhagen a chance. That's just what he needed. There were 3 car lengths between them. Now there's 1 or 2. He's just going to, and that's actually held up Dennis Olsen as well. He's just had a bad run of 3-4 corners, and that's how quickly it can change here, John, at the Nordschleife. Dennis Olsen just caught up in a little bit. He's hesitated again. He's now lost out from what was about 2 or 3 car lengths. He's now 20 car lengths down all of a sudden in the space of 5-6 corners. It's that easy. He'll make it back again, but that's got to be so frustrating. Not for Neil Verhagen now. He's thinking, thank you very much, I can have a little bit of that. And he's going to come through the mini carousel now, and he's sitting right on the tail of Enger's similar M4 GT3. BMW honours at stake here between these two teams. Totally different teams, exactly the same car.
Early problem for the Carlo van Dam driven Subaru Technica International STI ended WRX. I thought it'd be right up their street, all-wheel drive around here. Car's leading in SP3T. Keep an eye out for when we see the Bulldog Racing number 112 go through. They might be getting back there. That car's coming to the pits. That's early for them as well. Also keep an eye out for Lena and Volker Strycek in Team Strycek. They are not, as they have been in the past, or Volker at least. I'll have to check to see if Volker's actually named in 2 cars. But that's the family outing. Lena, the daughter of Volker, former Opel Performance Centre head of mission, and they're driving an Opel Astra OPC in the VT2 front drive category. Across the line for the leaders. Nothing between them. Here comes the Porsche back into it again. Traffic giving, traffic taking away. And the top three back together in turn one on the Grand Prix circuit.
Well, Philip Eng had exactly the opposite there that happened to Dennis Olsen. He suddenly got held up with traffic. That put Neil Verhagen right on the tail of the Rover M4. And in turn, as we said, didn't we, 5-6 corners, and Dennis Olsen lost 20 car lengths. He gained it all back in the next 3.
It is. We always say when we go to the Nürburgring, you have to recalibrate your mind in terms of what you think of for motor racing, because it really isn't like any other circuit that we commentate on. Yes, Le Mans is long, of course it is, but it's 8.5 miles. This is almost twice. In fact, it's over twice that. When you, no, it's pretty much almost that, isn't it? It's about 15 and a bit around here. But the lap times, you know, having 2 or 3 seconds between somebody, or 11 seconds, let's say, back to Van der Linde in the Phoenix in 4th position, that's actually nothing nowadays.
No, could be over in a tri-set we've just seen. Talking of lap times, new fastest lap of the race just been set by Christopher Haas in the 22 Audi Sport Team car collection. You mentioned that car started in 10th, John, and is now up to 6th place, so a 4-place jump for them and fastest lap. So that's hardly surprising that car's on the move. Did a great job there. Not really surprising from Christopher Haas. Again, a strong line. Only 2 drivers in that car. He's sharing with Patrick Niederhauser this race. And on that note, it's one of the regulations of this series, these races this weekend. Minimum 2 drivers, maximum 4. That's all you can do. But and you can drive 2 different cars in the same race, but a maximum of 2 cars. Because if you didn't get enough track time around the Nürburgring over a weekend like this, why not drive another car as well?
Exactly right. Those of you who are new to this, just having a race licence isn't enough here anymore. It used to be, but now there is what's called a ring permit for the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And whether you had, frankly, if you came out of Formula 1 or you came from Le Mans as a platinum driver, knowing all about multi-class driving, you would still have to go through your rookie orientation, classroom sessions, and complete a certain amount of laps before you were allowed to enter the 24 hours. Now, there are various versions of that permit, depending on what category of car you're going to drive, but that's why the NLS early on in the season are so well attended, Peter, because for anybody who hasn't got their ring permit, and if you don't race there, I think for 3 consecutive years, you've got to go back and start again.
And rightly so, and it pays dividends, as we've seen time and time again, John. I hate to say the obvious again, but we have 170 corners, 25 kilometres, and easily 100 cars. This time we've got 90 odd cars, but in an NLS round we have 130, 140 cars, isn't unheard of. And we still have remarkably few incidents, despite massive speed differentials. And that is because of the way the organisers dictate it, control it and run it, and that pays dividends on the track day when it's on the day on the track. No incident, very, very rare you see people catching one another out, despite massive differences, and it just works every single time.
Peter Snowden, I'm John Hindorf, and the Radio Show Limited crew are on hand, thanks to Tim Gray up in London, and he's getting our audio up the world, and Michael and the team in Nürburgring TV for making sure we see the pictures and you can see them around the world. All live and free, as it will be tomorrow. We'll have full coverage of the top qualifying for all the cars that enter tomorrow. It's an early-ish start for Pete and myself, just after 9:15. The first car will be flagged off 9:15 Central European time. That's going to be 8:15. So get up early, get yourself a beer and bunny, and settle yourself down if you're in the UK. One of the very few times that drivers will get the Nürburgring to themselves. We'll see some cracking times. Might be a little bit cool at that stage of the day, but even so, I think we'll still see some drivers hanging it out. It's not often they get to practice that for the Nürburgring 24, because that will be happening again in a couple of weeks' time, although it'll only be the top 40. Glickenhaus in the pit lane.
Driver being spoken to by engineer holding the car there. I'm guessing we just got to the end of that pit stop, so we didn't see any work that's taken place on that.
New Michelins.
This is the 706 going out again. on its new Michelins. Bacon butty, John, brown or red sauce?
Either, sometimes.
Oh, you like to mix it up, don't you?
Let's have a word with Thomas Mütsch down at Glickenhaus with Pat Ridge.
Ich bisher die meisten Runden auch im freien Training zur Abstimmung absolviert habe, haben aber, um ehrlich zu sein, ein Problem beim Hoch- und Runterschalten. Das läuft nicht einwandfrei, müssen immer gucken. Und ja, da hat man natürlich noch mal mehr zu tun, anstatt auf der Bahn zu entspannen, darf man dann auch noch schwer in den Pedal machen.
Doppelbelastung für die Glickenhaus-Mannschaft heute. 6 Stunden von Spa mit dem BEC-Lauf. Ist morgen vielleicht ein bisschen entspannter, wenn die gesamte Truppe hier ist?
Ja, es wird natürlich helfen. Einige unserer Ingenieure sind vor Ort in Spa und von daher, ja, einige sind auch hin und her gependelt.
Thomas just saying how difficult the first stint is. He's handed over to Richard Westbrook and talking about the team being split there up at Spa for the WEC.
Kleineren Diskrepanzen, aber alles soweit im grünen Bereich.
Mit Kuppeln und Schalten ist er wieder draußen, der Glickenhaus und Mütsch mit einer Pause. Zurück zu euch.
So Westy now in that car, a little smaller team than usual, Thomas Mütsch was saying there, but still ready to race this weekend. I'm massively paraphrasing there was a lot more words in there. Second place still the 72 BMW, still looking. BMW junior team driver Neil Verhagen at Thomas Eng, Philip Eng, excuse me, behind the wheel of the Rover BMW. Just hearing Pat Rook talking about a problem for the Glickenhaus down in the pit lane. Just confirming, I think, one of the other things that Thomas was talking about there. And not seeing all the details about that, but there was a problem. I think he said an exhaust problem, but I'll let Peter interrogate the ticker for that.
I think you're right for that as well. But just treated then, John, to some onboard footage there of Neil Verhagen in the 72 in the junior car and going out through Flugplatz and Schaubenschwanz, and exactly as you'd said just a few minutes ago, that you could see the sunlight already starting to affect the glare on that windscreen. Never mind, they've obviously got tear-off windscreen over, but never mind the amounts of bugs and flies and debris and stuff that's on the windscreen. So it's just at that point now. I think we're only 40 minutes into this race as well. So I'd say we've got another half hour of this to deal with for these guys. It's gonna keep them concentrated. So at least Neil Verhagen starting to just put a little bit of pressure on Philip Enger once again. He always just catches up at Tiergarten, catches up, and he's not just under the braking bit. The back marker's there. Is this going to give him a chance to have a run down the inside into turn 1 at the end, the start of this next lap or not? Not quite got it onto the pit straight.
He's going to get a bit of a double draft though,
with
the Porsche Cayman that they were going through, and there's only half a second again at the line. And then 2 seconds further back is KCMG and Dennis Olsen. Then there's a bit of a gap back to Audi Sport Team Phoenix and the number 15 Audi, who's got a battle now starting to brew with Maro Engel in 4th for the BWP Get Speed Mercedes. Then Chris Haase for Car Collection in 22, the blue and white car. Then Katzberg for the second Rover Racing car. Then it's Buchmann for Schnitzerlam, that's another AMG, the 34, top 10. Frank Stippler for Scherer, and is Nico Menzel in 10th place for Uber Motorsport. That's your top 10 in SP9 GT3, if you will.
Philip Enger, as he crossed the line there, John, just set a new fastest lap of an 8:20, and literally a matter of seconds later, 12 seconds to be precise, was Kelvin van der Linde in the Audi Sport Team Phoenix entry, pipped that with an 8:19.5, took a second off it. Times are starting to drop. I know they're burning fuel off, but times are coming down, really starting to tumble now.
Yeah, the sun going down, so the air will be cooling, the track will be cooling as well though. But Kelvin van der Linde, now based in Germany, driving with Dries Van Tho and Fred Vervisch in the 22 car, Team Phoenix. I'll do this all weekend, and will end up doing it as well by the time we get to the 24-hour race. But there will be people that I'll all of a sudden spot someone's name and go, oh, I didn't realise they were racing. Or, where did that car come from? I haven't noticed that one. It always happens when you have 100 and odd cars. The big fields that Peter and I were talking about in our countdown to green, the old days, the 220s and thereabouts, can't have that anymore. Let's go down to Patrick. He's got Maxi Gertz with him.
Man hat es auch gecheckt, dass ich schneller bin und hat mich dann vorbeigelassen. Also von daher war es gleich ein Denkzettel, weil er ging mir schon Zeit auf die Start auf die Nerven.
War aber intensiv der Kampf. Der Boxenstopp wird gerade ein bisschen unorganisiert. Auto noch runter, Motor gestartet, Motor wieder aus. Am Ende ist Adam Christodoulou jetzt weggefahren, aber das war nicht richtig smooth.
Nee, auf jeden Fall nicht. Hinten links war irgendein Problem. Die Jungs haben das Auto nochmal hoch. Müssen wir genau mal gucken, jetzt, warum das so war. Aber wir haben auch eine kurze Standzeit, muss man sagen. Und sowas haben wir noch nicht geübt. Aber jetzt hat es genau die Zeit, um das zu üben fürs 24er, dass man keine Fehler macht. Und jetzt wird auch gerade schon heiß diskutiert, was der Fehler war. Und wir werden auf der Uhr sehen gleich, wie die Pit-Time war und ob wir was verloren haben.
Dann fragen wir doch mal nach, was das Problem war bei dem Teamchef, bei Adam Osjeka. Adam, das sah nicht
so problem for that car.
Dafür so ein Rennen da, um solche Dinge zu probieren.
Ja, wir probieren natürlich verschiedene neue Sachen aus und dafür ist das Rennen da. Und jetzt hat es eben nicht geklappt und deswegen müssen wir jetzt umdenken und beim nächsten Boxen schon besser machen.
Du musst uns doch verraten, was man Neues bei einem Boxenstopp am 24er ausprobieren kann.
Ja, wir wollen die Reifen so spät wie möglich bringen, um die so möglich, ja, so lange wie es geht im Halsziel zu haben, damit die heiß sind. Jetzt waren wir ein bisschen zu spät dran und ja, da war die Nuss nicht so, wie sie sein sollte und war nicht an mir.
Aber es ist spannend, dann kommt Hektik auf, Auto runter, Reifen noch nicht drauf. Schön, dass man das üben kann. Zurück zu den Jungs nach oben.
Team Getspeed then in a tiny bit early for a small problem on the left-hand side of the car. Patrick doing his best to get a bit more detail out of them, but everybody's saying it's good practice for the 24 hours, even doing the pit stops. So they have gone back into the fight with, it was Adam Christodoulou who took that car back out. So we have just completed 5 laps. But again, that's not the worst thing. Coming in at 5 laps, getting new fuel, new tyres, new driver, Peter, that means that they've only got to do probably, can they do it with just 212 ones? Maybe not, actually. Can they do it with just 2 more stops? Yeah, maybe, actually. Let's see. Let's see how far the guys at the front go.
Yeah, so all doing 5 laps. So the number 23, Lion Speed by Car Collection, Audi came in as well with Dennis Fetzer at the wheel. And I don't think there was a driver change in that. So Lorenzo Rocco de Torre Padua, they're not into that car yet, as I can see. Certainly didn't see a driver change in the pits taking place there.
Pit stops unhurried here because of the fact that you have this unusual. Oh, hang on, stand by.
What is the issue on the Glickenhaus?
So Thomas reported some upshift lead issues. So I got in the car to change the wheels just to rule that one out. So we changed the steering wheel. I went straight out, but still had the problem, so we came straight back in. Yeah, we think it might be linked to a voltage problem on the battery. So the guys are just going to get it checked through. We'll try and get back out and just treat this like a test session.
The most difficult thing to find the electric gremlins in a car.
Yeah, definitely. I'm no expert on that, so I'll let the guys sort that one out.
All the best. Keep the fingers crossed. Thanks, Richard. Zurück zu euch.
Westy then straight back round and did not go out onto the Nürburgring Nordschleife, is what Patrick was saying there. Came back through, so that means they effectively haven't started that next lap yet. They don't get the credit for that. So they've changed the wheel. That would tend to suggest it's not an electrical issue. It might then be an hydraulic issue or a shift issue on that 706 Glickenhaus. Hello, Steve Tarrant, who's listening in I've been listening in to the 6 hours of Spa, and now joining us here, in fact all of you who are coming across from Johnny and Bruce. Bruce would normally be in my spot here today, but as he wasn't, I'm subbing in for him. But we've kept our Nürburgring Nordschleife expert Peter Snowden. He's driven countless laps around here, raced for probably more teams than he wants to admit, to be honest. When did you first race around here, Peter? Come on, I'm going to age you just a little bit.
2000.
Oh, not that long ago.
No.
So about halfway through the history of the race, then.
Exactly.
Celebrating 50 years this year.
I'm still a newbie.
And what was that? What was that in there?
Mitsubishi Evo, Lancer Evo 6 for whatever thing was, 6, 5, 4, 6 at the time.
All-wheel drive, handy round here.
All-wheel drive.
What was the hairiest thing that you drove round here and the fastest thing that you drove round here?
Not officially in a race, but driving a Group C Spice around there for fun.
For fun?
For fun, yeah, exactly.
Peter Snowden, ladies and gentlemen, thinks driving a Group C Spice around the Nürburgring Nordschleife is fun.
It's unbelievably good fun.
Did you time it?
We did. I've got the record somewhere. Yeah.
Wow.
It's not in the realms of anything worthwhile mentioning, but it was a heck of an experience to do it. My only thing was we had a second car on the day, which was the C1 Courage, which we were going to do as well. Unfortunately, that had a technical issue, so we couldn't drive that.
That would have been two great stories.
Leaders into the pits, John.
2 leaders into the pits, all the way down to 60 kilometres an hour. They started on the front row. They've been barely more than a couple of seconds apart all the way through, as Dennis Olsen goes through in the Porsche to do an additional lap. He goes on to his 7th lap and sets the fastest lap of the race. So this one is really important for KCMG and Olsen. Phoenix, Kelvin van der Linde has gone through in 2nd position. Also coming in is Maro Engel in the number 4 Mercedes. Team Getsby, that's the BWT car. Chris Haase for the 22 Audi. Notice the BWT are all the way down at pit out, underneath our old commentary position in the suites there, in the sparkling commentary boxes for the Nürburgring 24 this year. So new leader and the first lead change since the start of the race some 52 minutes ago. KCMG started in 6th position, I think Peter told me, with the best of the Porsches, 8:18.757, and Dennis Olsen leads for Porsche. It's the 2nd Rover BMW, that of Nicky Katzberg, now up to 3rd behind Kelvin van der Linde, and we've also got another Porsche in there as well. That's the Huber Motorsport one. Nico Menzel, he's got Frank Stippy in 5th position. Is the Schnitzelarm car there? It is, yes it is. That's going through in 4th position. Schnitzelarm, a restaurant chain that, guess what, only serve schnitzel.
Well, Stifler and Menzel having an absolute ding-dong there. How they didn't connect one another there. In other series, that would have happened most certainly. But I'm amazed that Menzel wasn't into the back of Frank Stifler's R8 at that part, and they're now about to just finish the end of the GP circuit and go through the Sabine Schmitz curve onto the Nordschleife and down to the Hatzenbach. But of course, right behind them is Campbell in the Tuxport Porsche GT3 as well.
Yeah, Matty Campbell, Porsche Works driver, exceptionally well thought of, lovely lad as well, and he's fast. He is really, really fast. So we're already seeing a little bit of a change in the tactics, and this is really interesting, Peter, because by the time the cars that didn't stop last time get back around, they're going to be able to do it on 2 more stops, because it will be near as damn it 2 hours to go, and by the time they've been fueled and sent back out, that means they'll be able to do it, on 1 more stop after this one. So the cars that stopped early, and these cars are going longer than I expected. I did not expect them to be able to go to a full hour at the pace that we've seen here.
eng auf der Strecke, man wird gedrückt, du hast gedrückt. Was hast du jetzt deinem Teamkollegen auf den Weg gegeben?
Zum Glück haben wir natürlich in der Box ein bisschen Zeit beim Boxenstopp, um einfach so ein paar Tipps zu geben. Wo ist noch was, da muss man aufpassen. Zum Beispiel Arenberg ist noch ein bisschen feucht beim Bremsen, das habe ich letztes Mal gesagt. Und einfach so generell ist die Balance vom Auto. Wir haben immer den Reifen eingeteilt in kurzen Stichworten, aber meine Teamkollegen, die sind alle so gut drauf, da musst du nur ein paar Stichworte hinwerfen und dann können die das auch so ganz zusammenziehen.
Gehst du heute noch aufs Auto oder morgen?
Morgen erst wieder. Also ich würde am liebsten das ganze Rennen alleine machen. Das ist ja ein Teamrennen. Also
super, dann gutes Ausruhen und wieder voll Power für morgen. Dankeschön.
More power to your elbow for the morning is how it was ended. He's back tomorrow in that Rover BMW, and for the shootout, it'll be very cold tomorrow there for that. So we wish them the best on that. Fairly standard interview that, by the way. Yeah, everything's going good. First stint all right, handed the car over, etc, etc. Is that you done for today? And will you be back for the first stint in the morning? Yes, I am, and I'll be back tomorrow. That's basically what that came down to. So, Dennis Olsen leads. Let's check in with some of the other battles. GT4, which is SP10, is Pro Sport Racing, the number 82 Aston Martin, leading through just a moment or two ago. In 31st position, a bit further back than I think they would want to be, the number 11 Audi, but they have taken a pit stop for the twin Busch by Equipe Vitesse in SP9. Trying to work out who's the leader. I think Jonathan Hershey is the first car that's made a pit stop in the 126 Ferrari. Sorry, in the 26 octane 126.
Octane 126 team.
Yeah, they have
26.
run 126 before. And I think that's the leader in terms of the pit stoppers, but I'll just have to see where the latest pit stoppers drop back in again when they go through. So that early pit stop for the Ferrari, which was down to contact with a Porsche on the left-hand side, that bit of deranged bodywork that I noticed Alan Prosser had spotted there. Getting some of the other classes coming into the pit lane now, including one of the Aston Martins further down the field. That is the Durr Motorsport 4th place SP18 number 150 car. And that car comes into a fairly open pit lane, currently being driven. So that was the 150, yes. Currently being driven by Schreibner. Now that's interesting, I haven't got him next to that car. Durr Motorsport machine. I'll have to check that one up for you. Let's check the 69, see if they've swapped drivers around in that car, because that's one of the other Astons. I think actually that's just come in as well. Yes, it has. Not in that one either. That one just been brought in by Michael Funke. So coming down to the first hour having been completed, in comes the TCR leader, the Hyundai that's set off at the front of the second group. The 830, Mark Bessing, into the pit lane. Actually came in, as he came in, he was in first position in TCR. And his teammate, the number 831, hasn't come through yet, which is the Moritz Österreich driven car. That's Andy Burry's car as well that will be going in. Rather fetching shade of dark green for the KTM crossbow that goes through. That's the Teichmann Racing Cup X number 163, I reckon. As it comes down the hill, check that, it's the 161. Still the Teichmann racing car. That's the leader in Cup X. So Peter, first hour, significant at the front of the field. Yeah, there's other classes, yes of course, and we'll keep an eye on those, but at the front of the field, the significance is that the Porsche of KCMG now in the pit lane, Calvin von der Linde in Audi Sport Team Phoenix, the Wittmann number 98 row racing car, Schnitzelau, Stippler, Menzel, all went a lot longer than the cars around them. Now, that means that when they go back out onto the circuit now, they only have one more pit stop to do, for sure, because we are over a third of the way to the checkered flag.
Precisely so. 5 laps, as you said, but an hour to achieve that. I'm going to make it very, very interesting. I think what will be even more interesting in another hour's time, we've got just over 2/3 distance in, how long to go? 1 hour 58 left to go now, so in 58 minutes time. But the moment right at the front there, we've got well, not quite at the moment, because obviously we've got Dennis Olsen now, because I'm getting confused with the cars that were leading there, but the junior team BMW yet again having another look at the back of that Rover entry just in front of it at the end of Tiergarten. They always catches up at Hoa Act and sits there right behind it, and it's almost as if it's selling him a dummy, to be honest. But surely this junior team BMW is going to avenge at some point.
I still think that, in fact, Jonathan Hershey's gone through in the lead. So that early pit stop for Jonathan Hershey, remember he came in after just 3 laps. He's been 4 laps in there at the moment. How far can he go in that Octane 126 Ferrari 488 GT3? That's the question. I still think, though, he's got to make 2 pit stops, whereas the guys who have just stopped, Peter, have only got to make 1.
I can't see how he can't, John. You're absolutely right. I mean, he dropped down to 30th, I think, after that punch. A bit of contact with another car, they said, on the left side, which is why we saw those tyres being replaced. I know we said it was all round, but that's what the little bits we saw. It wasn't much contact, just a light contact, obviously enough just to damage the sidewall and give it a puncture. But it still owes us. It's got to owe us 2 pit stops. I can't see how it cannot. Looks good at the top of the timesheets now, but it's kind of almost a bit of fake news, isn't it, for the moment?
Yeah, but you know, they're getting their moment in the sun, albeit the evening sun, and they're making the best of it. They're getting some coverage. Good to see the Ferrari back here, and we remember the days of the Wochenspiegel car. They've gone off to do other things now, very successfully. Good to see them. So that's the leader, Jonathan Hershey, who's the starting driver. Now behind the wheel of the number 99 BMW in second is Nick Yellowly, and in third, the 72 was the second place car. Remember, these 2 cars were battling for the lead. That's the BMW junior team, and behind the wheel in the number 72 now, having taken over from Neil Verhagen is Dan Harper. So I wonder if it's just going to be those two, or whether Max Hesse will get into that car.
Max Hesse, the order that tends to be this way round actually with this BMW team, junior team, tends to be Max Hesse at the end. We will see. That's I'm going to say that, of course, now and be told otherwise. But that has been a little bit of what they've done this year with it so far.
They're in traffic, some 2 seconds behind. That's the sort of gap they had on the KCMG Porsche. Now, let's go back down the pit lane.
Und jetzt ist man nach 2 Runden schon wieder drin. Da wollen wir natürlich mal nachfragen, was los ist, dass man jetzt den Opel rückwärts in die Box hineinschickt. Die 88 mit Problem, da greifen alle Hände an. Und es ist eben kein Klick-Raus, sondern eins der Autos aus den kleinen Klassen, die es auch zu beobachten gilt. Natürlich beim 24-Stunden-Rennen. Was genau ist das Problem? Kannst du uns das sagen? Nee, sagt er nicht. Will er nicht sagen, ist geheim. Aber wir bleiben dran und gehen so lange mal zurück zu euch.
Patrick Simon down there with the number 88 Young Motorsport Opel Astra PC, which has come in with a small problem, and he's also telling us there that the Glickenhaus still has that gear selection issue and has not yet left the pitch. Remember, they changed the steering wheel, hopefully, to clear that up, but Richard Westbrook did a quick installation lap around the Grand Prix circuit and that didn't fix it, so something they think going on with the box. Coming down to an hour and 50 minutes to go. One more pit stop for Josh Burden's KCMG Porsche. He's in 7th position. Now, doing an extra lap, you know, they had the fastest lap until not long ago, and Maxi Goetz has just nicked that in the number 3 BWT Team Get Speed car with an 8.18.2, so he's knocked a couple of tenths off. So it wasn't as if the Porsche was driving you know, a ridiculous amount of fuel save. It's almost impossible to save a full lap of fuel round here, but if you're on 6.7, you maybe can stretch that to 7. But it didn't seem like there was any fuel saving going on from the pace of the KCMG Porsche. Have they just got that advantage? Question mark.
Does look remarkably like it at the moment. I'm still intrigued, John. We've said about this Octane 126 entry, the number 26 car, just to make it a little bit more confusing for us. How easy is that to mistake? The Ferrari 488 GT3 car. We reckon it owes us 2 pit stops. Now, Jonathan Hershey started that car. He did 3 laps before he had to come in, and we found out it was a puncture after a couple of laps later. It's now done 4 laps. Do you think he still owes us 2 pit stops? Do you think he might get away with 1? Because we speculated, didn't we, John? Sorry, you were about to say.
Yeah.
We speculated on, had they called a blinder, whatever. At that point, we didn't know it was a slow puncture. The story evolves, it's a slow puncture. But is it that much of a difference? It's 2 laps early. How much longer? What if they can do a 6-lap stint now? Jonathan Hershey in that car.
Well, I think they have to do. I think they have to do 2. I think they have to do 2 7s. They've got to do. You know, we are. He's been in that already. Where are we now? We're on laps, about to complete lap 8. So this is his 5th since he was in the pit lane. Yep. But they will have been able to brim fill that car again, right the way back to what it would have had at the start. So never mind about your fuel numbers. I was starting to say as well before we got interrupted by a pit interview that there are pit stop times, mandatory times here to take into account of the fact that you are on a standard pump, almost like a service station pump, and therefore the pit stops don't look particularly quick, but it's the same for everybody. It's meant to balance out the slight discrepancies between the fuel fill of each pump. Try to get them as close as possible, but they actually do time them. I've seen teams timing them and trying to work out which pit they wanted, but that's been taken out of the equation now. Battle for 2nd position, Nick Yellerly still with his rain light flashing on the Dottinger with the sun going down to the driver's right. And here comes Dan Harper, slips to driver's right, gets a quarter, a half, all the way, gets his nose ahead, gets past him on the right-hand side, but then here comes the Rover car down the inside with a little bit of side drafting there. Doesn't necessarily make your car going quicker, but it slows the guy down on the outside, and they're in behind the Hershey Ferrari. So that's now first, second and third. Those BMWs, despite having a few horsepower taken away, and particularly when they're drafting together, are mentally quick down the Dottinger, Peter. And the top three go across the line with a new fastest lap by Nick Yellerly at a 1:17.507. That's nearly a full second quicker.
6 seconds quicker than the leading Ferrari as well, though.
And 8:17.004 for Maxi Kurtz in the Mercedes. That's the new fast lap. Well, that says to me that Hershey is either had an issue on that lap or is massively saving fuel. And I would probably say it was an...
I think so, latter, John. We've seen this before with this car. It led one of the races last year and was did a fantastic job, and then had to slow itself down. Massive fuel saving further on down, and then was disqualified, unbelievably, for having an incorrect compound tyre on it, which was gutting for them. So it did actually win around of NLS this year, but it just doesn't have the pace at the moment. Unless, as you say, John, is it just massively fuel saving to get that stretch of that? You said it owes us 2.7 laps. Well, if it can do it, it might spring surprise. I don't know. They're not going to tell us, are they? But it's a possibility, put it that way. It's an intriguing strategy, because to be 6 seconds off the pace, I can't believe that. There's got to be a reason for that. Was it damage they picked up from that puncture? Was it a bit more than just that? Are they massively fuel saving? Are they playing a blinder and just leading us into it? I don't know.
Well, let's see what Jonathan does on this lap. They're heading down to Sabine Schmidt's curve now, and they'll get the sun in their eyes as they turn right onto the hats and back, right in their face now. Bit of traffic ahead of them. GT4 Aston Martin and the BMWs. BMWs are clearly very fast in a straight line, so whether they've deliberately trimmed them out to take advantage as the Dottinger and the run to the checkered flag, they're not exactly slow around the twisty bits either. It's not as if Hershey is dragging away from them. He's got traffic now as he comes off the end of the hats and back and down the hill to the bridge before Flugplatz. Flugplatz so named because there was an airfield at the top of the hill on driver's left here. That's dried right up now. We had a code 60 there. It was so wet earlier on. As they climb the hill now to Schwedenkreuz, the Swiss cross, and there's a bit of bump drafting between the second place BMW and Hershey's Ferrari. Hershey's let them go. He's going to let them both go, I think. He didn't really try to fight that. He was on the wrong side of the road, the right-hand side of the road, and the two BMWs go back through. Rover Racing from BMW Junior Team, Nick Yellerly from Dan Harper, as they drop down into the Vauxhall.
I was just going to say, John, something doesn't quite add up when the leading car is 6 seconds a lap slower, yet still not being caught that rate. So something's got to give somewhere. So I'm intrigued to why this Ferrari is so slow, because they're 6 seconds slower. The Ferrari 488s, this GT3 car, it's missile quick in a straight line. That was a quote from a driver of one of those only last year or so. And they're not slow in the corners either. So I'm fascinated as to what Octane 126 is going on down there. Is it a problem, or are they playing a blinder? We'll find out, I guess, in the next hour. I'm guessing that Jonathan Hershey is going to have to bring that Ferrari in at the end of this lap.
That would be at the end of 6 laps, which is the same as what the two BMWs that have dragged by him did in their first stints. I think he needs he needs a 7 or an 8 to get. He's still going to have to stop again, because if he stops in another 8 minutes, let's say that we get down to about somewhere near a 40. So that would be, let's say, an hour and 32. he's still going to have to stop again because he can't do an hour and 32 on a tank. No, so, but it will be a shorter stop.
Yes.
So it's, that's the question then. So is he then saying, right, we're going to do a shorter stop nearer the end of the race and maybe take advantage of any slow zones, etc., and get the car back back out quicker? And we're talking about Optim 126 Ferrari here. And therefore, the two BMWs we know have got to do a full stop. I still don't think it adds up. I was not expecting to see cars go over an hour in this. I expected the 6 laps, maybe squeaking into a 7th, but not at the pace that we were going. Now we've seen the Porsche and 1 or 2 others do 7 laps in that opening stint, which included a warm-up lap, let's not forget, albeit at a slower pace. I think it's interesting. Yes, I know it's a sprint race. Everybody's been talking about that, but to me, the Ferrari is on the back foot here. Now, I said that there was a pit stop mandatory time, and the number 3 in 4th position, Maxi Goetz, for Get Speed, the new pink and blue colours of the cars that used to be red and white, coming up to Jonathan Hershey now. A 32-second penalty for failing to adhere to the pit stop time. Now, there is a sliding scale of pit stop times depending on how long you've been out on the track and how many laps you've done, and they've broken out of that bracket. Therefore, that is 32 seconds that they have got added coming through from race control. Give it another 10 minutes and we'll give you another rundown of the other. Actually, I'll tell you what, I'll do it in a second. I'm just checking to make sure. Also, the number 830. Remember, I told you that Mark Bessing was under investigation for a jump start at the start of the race. 32 seconds penalty for the 830. That's the leader in that second group and the work-centred Hyundai. And I'm just checking, 32 seconds for the Get Speed car. So that has been confirmed from race control. Well, before anything happens on the latter part of the lap, let's give you a quick rundown of the class leaders with an hour and 40 minutes or just over to go. In 78th position, BMW 325 leads V4. That is the number 323. 71st position, 223. The VT2 front-wheel drive is the GT Tyre Motorsport Volkswagen Golf 7. The 68th position has the V5 leader in it, and that is the number 444, the Adrenaline Motorsport Porsche Cayman 981. And their teammates are leading V6 in 62nd position in the 396, the Porsche Cayman S981. Slightly bigger engine. The BMW 330. BMW 330, Team Zorg Rennsport, VT2, 224 in 61. Adrenaline Motorsport, BMW M240 Racing Cup. Class is led by the 240 in 58. That's the 3rd Adrenaline Motorsport class leader. And in position number 56, the Porsche Cayman 718 GTS leads the SP4T category. Aychan Guven is behind the wheel of the GT4 Club Sport that leads AT. That's the 633 and 55th position. STI with their Subaru WRX leads SP3T, even after that early pit stop. Cup 5 is the 4th Adrenaline Motorsport class leader, and that's the Club Sport BMW M2 in the Cup 5 class for those cars. 48th position for the 871. Avia W plus S Motorsport in another Cayman, the Cup 3 class. 251 is in 41st position and leads. The 831 Hyundai Antiburi now leads for Hyundai Motorsport N in the i30 NTCR. It's in 39th position. Chris Meese leads for Aston Martin Vantage in the Pro Sport Racing GmbH SP10 Aston, that is the 37th position car, the number 82. Cup X is Teichmann Racing and the KTM Crossblow. It's number 161, that's a very nice green coloured car in 34th position. Just 2 places further ahead in 32nd, the number 69 SP18 Durr Motorsport Aston Martin Racing leads that class. In 29th position is the Cup 2 Kate Kramer Racing Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car. That's one of the 992 cars. That's the 127, just inside the top 30 at 29. And the final 2 classes, SPX True Racing with Hofer behind the wheel, KTM Crossbow GT2, the 116, and of course leading at the front of the field, BMW Junior Team, Dan Harper in the SP9 GT3 class. That's the leader overall in the number 72.
Overall, just got the job done down the Dottinger, actually got past the Rover entry and is pulling away a little bit visually at the moment, which is quite interesting. They crossed the line with virtually nothing between them, but he got the job done, and he's using the back markers to his advantages all around down the hats and back and on. So great job for Dan Harper and the BMW Junior Team. I did say they want to avenge that after the last rounds, certainly. The Ferrari, it is still Jonathan Hershey, Octane 126 in the 3rd position. Maxi Gertrude is driving the Mercedes-AMG GetSpeed GT3 entry. That's got an 8:17.004, still a stonking time there. And the Ferraris on the last lap, so the top 3 cars, BMW GT2 8:19, Rover Racing 8:20, Mercedes 8:19, that Ferrari still 8:23. I think you're right, John. I think there's something.
That car had a little rub earlier on, so maybe they've got a handling problem.
Yeah, I think absolutely exactly right. I think there's something there's a carryover, isn't there?
The other thing it could be is you thought they only changed 2 tyres. Yeah. And if they only changed 2 tyres, then the right-hand side tyres have done 9 laps. So that maybe they're having to just take that gently as well. That's speculation at the moment.
It is, and it's always dangerous to do that.
Absolutely.
We get bits of information, but I didn't see it. So I didn't see it. I'm not doubting your eyes. No. I didn't see it with my eyes, John.
I actually did not see people changing tyres, but what I did see was people running around on the right-hand side of the car. The carousel exit has a code 60.
Yeah, that's one of the. I think that's the KTM Crossbow of True Racing 116, if I'm correct. It is, yes. The SBX class, John. Right. It says stopped at the side of the track.
Is that the 116, did you say?
Correct.
That's the class leader.
Yeah, True Racing.
Yeah.
Yep.
And it's about to be passed by Marcus Paltala then in the KTM AG True Racing similar car, another one of the GT2 cars. In fact, it probably already has been, to be honest, Marcus Paltala. And so they are dropped. So I mentioned them as leader of the class, and then they immediately drop down.
It's the curse, isn't it? So the Ferrari speculation we've been talking about has completed its 6 laps now. 9 in total. Jonathan Hershey at the wheel for both those stints. It's best lap of 8:23. That car to start with when it had an issue, as we heard from the pit reporters, that it had a little bit of contact and there was something a slow puncher on the left hand side. They certainly replaced both tyres on the left hand side. It went out on slicks despite a wet race being declared at the start. It went out on slicks, as did most cars, I think, and it had new slicks going on the left hand side that we saw. That doesn't mean to say it didn't have anything on the right hand side. No, we just haven't actually got evidence of it yet.
Got a slow zone at Schwedenkreuz as well. That's the 83 car that's had a problem there, and that's where the KTM Crossbow is heading up to at the moment. That's the Pro Sport Porsche Cayman. That's Rima Al-Jafari, who is behind the wheel of that car with Emil Hayadal. As Marcus Paltala now confirmed in the lead with the two Stuck boys of the SPX category.
So hang on, John. We've got this. The KTM that's coming back is the other one, the other true racing car. This is the 117. The 116 is the one stopped at Carousel. This is the 117 car coming back slowly.
Ah, no, that's. Is he slow as well?
Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. You're right,
Yeah.
and he's just taken the lead.
Yeah.
With hazard flashes on, the four-way flashes coming in. Let me check. The last time that car was in the pits, they haven't done something silly and ran it out of fuel for Marcus Paltala, have they? Let's have a look at this. No, he's only been out for one lap. Took it over from one of the Stucks early on, and he comes in. So that's an unplanned pit stop. So the two KTM factory crossbows in GT2 have had issues.
The 116 has got going again now. That stopped at the Carousel, the
Correct.
Carousel, the Carousel. That's got going again, and is at Hoax, but it is not. It is slow. So as you said, issues for both these cars. They come out in sympathy with one another. It's just coming to Wipperman, but keeping out of the way of everybody else. So the true racing entry KTMs on virtually within a lap of one another, synchronised sympathy with each other.
We're coming down to half distance at basically at the end of this lap or the next lap, depending on where you are on the track at the moment, waiting for the leaders to come back around to us. Hello to you all if you have just joined us. Been a cracking day so far, evening sunshine, just coming up to 8 o'clock in the Eifel. Sun just sinking off towards the far side of the circuit from the pit lane. So out to the back of the pits is where the sun goes down. Off towards Callenhard and Versiphen. Remember that this circuit is so big that you have got a lot going on the inside of the circuit, including several towns and villages. Always some great parties around the 24 weekend. If you have never been to the Nürburgring 24, it's a good one to go to this year, celebrating the 50th running of the event. It was the 50th year a couple of years ago. There was 2 years when it didn't run. You might say, actually, that this is only the 49th running of the race, because there was another year when it was shortened due to the fuel crisis, 76, I think, from memory. And it was actually run as two 6-hour races. From memory. I've now said that, and I'm going to have to
go and check your records.
It definitely wasn't held in 74 and 75. No, in 73 it was 2 heats of 8 hours. So there was an 8-hour race, then 8 hours off at midnight till 8 a.m, and then 8 hours again from 8 o'clock in the morning.
And who won it?
Nicky Lauda.
Nicholas Andreas Lauda.
Yeah.
What about that?
In an Alpina BMW 3-litre CSL.
Wow. I'd like to have seen that. Would have liked to have seen
you weren't
that.
here for it, Peter, to be honest.
I'd like to say I wasn't born, but unfortunately, sadly so, I was actually quite old by now.
Second position for Maxi Goetz, going back out onto the Nordschleife, past the old pits, or the Nordschleife pit lane.
The car that went off, it's called the code 6 was the 83 Cayman GT3 from Pro Sport, one of their racing engines. They cover various categories. That's a class V5 Cayman GT4, which apparently has had a crash, an incident at least. That's why that car's out now, sadly. Oh, been cleared and sorted out by the officials. Good to see that the Aston, I've got to make a little mention of the Aston there, John, but
hang on, let's just check the contract. Yes, Snowy, contractually obliged.
I've got to keep my average up.
Absolutely.
More to the point, Tom Ferrier will be on the phone to me if I don't do it.
Well, he's probably on his way down from Spa, because they were racing there, of course. And there's a number of people making the drive down, listening to us at the moment. It's not that far, about an hour, depending on which way you go. Some lovely back roads to go, particularly this time of day.
That TF Sport Aston this is the GT3 entry, as just mentioned, by TF Sport, being pedalled by Valentin Hasselklot, a new works driver, Aston works driver effectively now, and he's a gold-rated driver, only 26 years old. And he's got that car inside the top 20 again now. In fact, I think he's even 19th, if I'm correct. Yes, indeed, he is. It's 19th. 13 seconds off the Schnitzel Realm AMG in front. So all to play for there. Strong result. That was a car in the NLS 3 round. Started 7th, ran as high as 3rd, and then still finished 7th. So. Acquitted itself. A big push for TF Sport for the 24-hour in a couple of weeks' time. That's their big one. They really are an example, almost the very definition of a team using these races to get for the 24-hour. That's the one they want.
Thanks to JG, I missed 83 as well. 83 was a race that wasn't in 1983. So 74, 75. 1983 construction work was the issue there. So those were the 3 years that we haven't had a race. Mustang comes into the pit lane. There's a car we haven't mentioned yet. It's always in the black and white, what I always like to call the Arctic Convoy livery.
I call it the zebra entry.
The zebra entry, all right.
I don't think the Manta's, talking of Nürburgring favourites, I don't think the Manta's out in this race. It is usually being put an appearance in for the N24. I am absolutely certain the Foxtail. It's not. It was mentioned, but it hasn't actually turned up this weekend.
Right. Well, as I say, one of the drivers of that is Volker Strijcek, who used to run the Opel Performance Centre, the OPC, driving with his daughter here, and they have had a full an Opel Astra with a full family team in it, but then Volker normally jumps into the Foxtail as well. Through goes the number 81. This is the Swiss Cheeseport AG sponsored machine, which is sort of tangerine and green. It doesn't sound like it works, but it does. Looks very good indeed.
I always think it's quite reminiscent of sort of Castrol racing colours of the sort of 50s and 60s. Of, those who are familiar with English
it is a very dark green, isn't it?
Yeah. That's a pro sport team, isn't it? Yes.
And this is running, although it's running down in the 30s. Is that the 81 or the 82 that has just gone through there? I think that's second place. Yeah, it is. That's second place. Its team car is being pedalled by Chris Meese at the moment, and that leads the class. And the 82, the 81 rather, has Yevgeny Sololovsky behind the wheel. 10 laps complete. BMW number 72 leads it by about 7 seconds. Everybody's done at least one stop at the sharp end of the field. So BMW Junior team from Mercedes AMG number 3 from the 99 of Rover Racing in 3rd. 4th Ferrari from Octane 126. Then Mercedes Team AMG Getsport, the number 4. Then Audi Car Collection, KCMG, Team Phoenix, Shara Sport and Rover Racing to the top 10. Just outside the top 10, Matty Jaminet for Top Sport WRT. That's, of course, another Porsche, the 27. Mercedes Team Bilstein in the number 6 car, the minty fresh car, as we're going to be calling that now. Shara Sport Team Phoenix, their second car is in 13th. 14th for Schubert, Valkenhorst and Falken, 15th and 16th. Lion Speed by Car Collection, 17th. And the top 20 made up by Falcon, their second car, the 33, Lion Speed, Schnitzelheim and TF Sport, the best of the Astons. Got class leaders all the way through the top cars, including down in 29th the Cup 2 Porsche SPT8T, that's 127. The class leading Porsche SP8T, the number 69 Door Motorsport Aston. Cup X is another. Now the Cup X is now Teichmann Racing for another KTM Crossbow after the two works cars have had problems. And the Glickenhaus lives. Glickenhaus is alive. Back on the track, Richard Westbrook after gear selection problems. It's Thomas Munch who started the car. It came in early, the 706 SPX entrant, and they changed the steering wheel. That didn't have any issue, didn't solve the issue. So something mechanical, they think.
John, when you were just doing your rundown a minute ago, and then you mentioned earlier in the show that the one thing you have to do about the Nürburgring is, or everybody involved, always have to recalibrate.
Yes, absolutely.
And you've just provided the perfect example of that, of how you can still get caught out. No matter how much you do this, how much you're very kind of Nürburgring expert with Bruce for Radio Show doing these NLS races. You just started to do the rundown there, and you said 10 laps completed.
Yes.
And I perked up and I thought, what's he talking about? We're nearly an hour and a half in. Of course,
Correct.
It's Nürburgring. It's still only 10 laps, isn't it?
Yeah.
And it still has that capacity. It just made me think, 10 laps only? But we are just an hour and 24 minutes to go now. Well, let's call it an hour and 23 and 57. Counting down. But yeah, 10 laps completed. Quite extraordinary.
We're still keeping a weather eye. The Ferrari of Jonathan Hershey has stopped and made its second stop. So where has that car come out? Answer, well down the field. It has dropped all the way down. See, I'm looking for 127, and of course it isn't. The 127 is the leading Cup 2 Porsche. So where has the 27 dropped to? And to 11th place. No, it hasn't. It's the 25 I want to be looking for, John, you stupid boy. 27. Wow, that has really dropped down. It's dropped down to... It's right in behind the Vulcan horse number 100. So that one should be easy to find on the screen. Because it's a triple-digit number. So that's down to the bottom part of the top 30. That car. No, I'm talking complete nonsense. It's in behind the Schnitzelheim car, but it is dropping back. Has that car stopped? Or is it in the pits, the 26? Yes, it's in the pits. That's why we've lost it. That's why it keeps moving every time I think I've found it. So I was right, it's dropped down to 20th position. So it's made its pit stop at the end of its... Well, I reckon it's got 8 laps. It's done 8 laps. So if it does 8 laps again, it's still going to need another stop. So they haven't helped themselves there.
This is the 26 for the Ferrari. Yeah.
The 26 that I kept looking for as the 126, then the 125, and then eventually found it on the screen. I must get me scrawly thing for tomorrow.
Mouse.
No mice here. I need to get me scrawly tool.
The cat's been
tomorrow. Yeah. Groundsman very particular about that. So next pit stops then. Let's go through the top of the field and tell you who the next pit stops are. At the front of the field, Dan Harper will come in probably at the end of this lap if he does the same as Neil Verhagen at the start. And that will leave them with one more pit stop before the end of the race. Yes, it will. So they're breaking this up, aren't they? We've seen this done before. So that is going to have been about 50. Yeah, 50 minutes. For each of the stints. 180 minutes we started with. They're going to have to do a stint that has 7 laps in it. At least 1, possibly 2.
Well, Hershey managed 8 laps out of the Ferrari, and
but he lost a lot of time doing it.
Yeah, I know that. And also that one other car we've failed to mention anything of in this feature, this race at all, John, is the car immediately behind the Octane entry Ferrari 488. It's the other Italian car on the race, the Jordan Pepper driven Conrad Lamborghini Huracan is out there. So it's in 25th place.
Yeah, it runs in SP9 as well.
Yeah.
8.986 is its best time, so it's there or thereabouts.
Had pole at round 1.
Yeah,
that did.
So what have they done then? Let's have a look at their pit stops and see if they. Franz Conrad, had a chat with him a couple of weekends ago. He was supposed to be racing actually in
Axel Jeffrey 7 laps. Jordan Pepper's on his 4th lap now.
Right, so they can do 7 laps. Okay, interesting. So if they can do 7 laps, that means that they can probably... It's going to be close, but maybe they can get the get to the end.
And
one more stop.
Respectable times, John. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut across you. So 8:19.6 is its best lap of the race. So it's doing respectable times.
Leader in the front-wheel drive VT class is the GT Competition Tyres Racing Golf Mark 7. That is. It's the number 223 car.
Have VW Golfs been around that long that there's a Mark 7?
There's a Mark 8 now. There's a Mark 8.
That is witchcraft you speak of, Hindhoff.
Not necessarily universally liked, to be honest. They came in the lead. This is their second pit stop. Just getting their driver comfy. Do like the way that the cars in some of these classes, 5 stud wheels with electric drills. So
not air guns, not windy guns.
No,
battery powered.
Yes, lecky guns, not windy guns.
Yeah. And a trolley jack.
And a proper old-fashioned side trolley jack, the hydraulic jack. So you get the sort of NASCAR noises.
And one man doing the wheel as well. So you have a jack man, but you have the one man taking the wheel nuts off, all 5 as you say. He removes the tyres and then scatters the wheel nuts down the pit lane, go and catch those. Yeah, don't want to be doing that in the pit lane. And then has to put the wheel back on himself as well.
Yeah.
One person on each corner, but that's it.
I think there's only 2 people actually that are there for the GT. I think it's maybe they're doing it one either side. There is an amount of people who can work on the car. Simple as that. Yeah, everybody happy? No, not quite happy. Didn't torque the wheels up on the left rear. Torque wrench. He set the torque wrench to the required foot-pounds, and then you use it like a big socket with a nice long lever on it, and if you set it to whatever it is, you keep on going until it clicks, and when it breaks, it hasn't actually broken, but it sounds like it has, it goes clunk, and at that point, if you need 100 foot-pounds or 120 foot-pounds or whatever it is, it clicks on that. Axel Jeffrey. Did we say Axel Jeffrey started?
The Lamborghini.
The Lamborghini. He wasn't too well yesterday.
Jordan Pepper was being dropped in to drive that car as well this weekend as well, isn't he?
So Axel Jeffries did his full 7 laps. And that was spot on an hour. So that car can do an hour. 7 laps is an hour, and then you've got the time in the pit. So 6 laps is not good enough for the BMWs at the front of the field.
It's interesting. Jordan Pepper, his fastest lap in that Lamborghini already is 9 seconds quicker than Axel Jeffrey's best lap.
At the front of the field, the new best lap is an 8:13 from Dan Harper. But they've got to run quickly. They have to run quickly. Never mind the BOP. They've lost a few horsepower. but they've got to run quickly because they've got. I think I can't see them doing it on one more stop, which is what everybody else is doing.
Well, of course, the trick here is the car, not the car Maxi Gert's behind, because that owes us 32 seconds at his next pit stop. Remember,
correct?
The Mercedes. It's going to be it's Nick Yellerly in the Rover entry. That's the car they've got to watch there.
Great battle for second in the VT front-wheel drive class. VT Volta Strycek in the red, white, and green Astra Coupe. Slightly later version than the car that sits behind it, which is another Opel Astra JPC, the number 87. It's the Young Motorsport car that was in the pit lane not so long ago. They're battling over second position there, and it is who is driving that? Volker Strycek. Well, actually, I don't know whether it's Volker Strycek, of course, because it could be his daughter in the 110. Lena, Lena or Volker, and in the 87 it is listed as Schmaling. No, it's not. And Zenikin, but either or. Daniel Zenikin, there he is. I was looking at the wrong Young Motorsport car. Daniel Zenikin from Linz. Tobias Young, I think, started the car. Bit of side-by-side action with the class-leading 161 crossbow, and there was a touch there.
There was more than a touch. I don't think he saw the Audi.
No.
That left-hander just before sort of going onto the Sabine Schmitz curve to start the Nordschleife. He didn't turn in and block it, but there was. I don't think he was expecting the Audi to be quite there.
It's the KTM Crossbow GTX class leader. Laura Kreiheimer started that car, and at the wheel, very experienced test driver Laura Kreiheimer, but I think they've handed that over. Yes, they have. And Laura is out of the car and handed it over to Tim Sansler, the man. So 2 Germans, because Florian Wolf is in that car. Laura Kreiheimer, of course, from Salzburg, the home of KTM. Austrian, very much Austrian. Tim just looking at the back of a couple of cars that he's about to put a lap on. Pretty looking car, that, good colour. Starting to see the headlights play more of a part, not really reflecting on the surface of the track yet, Snowy, but the darkness, the sun's gone down in most places behind or near to behind the horizon, and we're starting to see the shadows just lengthen a little bit.
Yeah, exactly. Different thing now. That setting of the sun through the trees no longer an issue. As you say, times will come down a little bit because a little bit later into the evening now, just over an hour to go, but we are a little bit cooler, so ambient temperature of the track a bit cooler, everything runs a bit better. The engines run a little better in the cooler air. The tyres won't have to work quite so hard, so that will have a positive effect on the lap times, which we'll start to see drop as these get towards the end of these stints now.
Now, we keep talking about the cars that went the extra lap, and that was the KCMG Porsche, and I think the 15 Audi as well, the Phoenix Racing car. This is crucial, yeah. It's Kelvin van der Linde who handed over to Dries van Ter in the number 15 Audi, and Dennis Olsen handed over to Josh Burden in the KCMG Porsche. So those are the guys at the moment that I think we have to keep an eye on, because as it stands at the moment, unless the guys ahead can eke out one more lap, they'll be out there for 2 more laps, won't they? Because that's a lap per stint. They've got, surely the BMWs can do 7 laps. Dan Harper's gone on to his 7 laps. Maxi Gertz has gone on to his 7th lap. The problem for them in the number 3, Get Speed Mercedes, he's gone on to his 8th lap if he hasn't pitted. Well, that's good news, because they did 5 laps before with Maxi at the wheel of that car. They were in very early, if you remember, in that number 3 car, the pink and blue car. 2 Hyundais together on the Grand Prix circuit. 8:31 was the class leader. Andy Burry, though, has now had to give best to the 8:30 with, it's Manuel Lauch, isn't it, in the 8:30. Connecting with some of the drivers here. Always good prep for the Nürburgring 24 hours, for the Total Energy 24-hour Nürburgring in the ADAC, not just for the drivers, the teams and everybody at the track, but for us as well, to remind ourselves who's in which car and what the liveries are. Let's keep an eye on the front of the field then. So Dan Harper going on to his 7th lap, at the front of the field. Matty Gertz on his 8th in the 3. The 99, Nick Yellowly on his 7th. Daniel Juncadella for Mercedes, the 2nd of the Get Speed cars. He's on his 7th. Patrick Niederhauser on his 7th for the 22 BMW. Lawrence Vanto, check that. Dries Vanto, €5 in the jar, Heindorf. Dries Vanto is on his 6th, but he can probably do one more after this. Josh Burden on his 6th, same. So 15 and 18 cars at the moment looking good. The Share of Sport number 16 car going on to its 7th. So I wonder if they were just a little bit conservative at the start of the race, Snowy, because they'd done the warm-up lap. Marcus Winkelhock in the Share of Sport team car in the 16 car. I normally always expect a minimum of 7 laps around here.
Yeah, I would. Yeah, I'm thinking. Sorry, I'm speculating at the same time. I'm trying to talk and think at the same time.
I can't do that.
Multitasking never was.
Never was a gift. I find that if I just say what I'm thinking, then some of it might actually make some sense. If not to anybody else, then perhaps to me.
My view of that is listen to what I mean, not what I say.
Yes, but what the problem is, what happens if you don't know what you mean yourself? Then that's when I get myself into real trouble.
Well, I'm happy. That's fine. Nobody else understands. I'm happy. It's fine. Dementia set again. No, there you go.
20 past 8, and we've still got just over an hour, about an hour and 8 minutes. It is going to be, if not dark, it's going to be well into the gloaming, isn't it, when we finish here?
Maxi Gertz pits from 2nd place in the Get Speed Mercedes.
Right.
They've got that 32 seconds to serve on this pit stop, remember, John? For the short pit stop first time round.
Now, so I reckon that is... Now, is that 7 laps for him, or is that going to be his 8th, because he hasn't crossed the line yet? I'll have to see when he comes out. There's a vagary of where you're pitted, of course, when you're in the pit lane, as to whether you've completed another lap. So Yellowly in 2nd, Juncadella goes up into 3rd. Both of those cars starting their 8th lap. Patrick Niederhauser goes through in the Audi, the number 22 Audi Sport Team Car Collection, and that's on its 8th lap. There's the first of the cars that have got laps in hand going through just now. That's Dries Vanto, and waiting to see, where's KCMG? KCMG haven't come through. That car's dropping back. Where's Josh Burden? He's pitted. Burden's pitted. Now, I did not expect that. That's after only, I think that's only after 6 laps. Dennis Olsen did 7 in that car, and we thought they had a bit of an advantage.
Right, John, just very quickly, there's quite a lot of debris out on the track there. That's just going on to the Sabine Schmitz curve, isn't it?
It's on the inside.
It's on the outside of that.
Outside of the cut through onto the Nordschleife.
Just for your Get Speed thing, number 3. It's served its penalty at the drive stop go penalty just before the start finish.
On the way in.
On the way in. I'm just watching down the pit lane. It's down at the end now because its pit box is pit box 31 down at the end of the pit lane. Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Therefore, it has crossed the line and it's still registering 7 laps.
Okay.
On that car.
Okay. Got you. And it's dropping down.
Did that make any sense?
It did.
Right, can you explain it to me then?
Well,
as if you understood what I meant.
You make a very good point that you serve the pit in the penalty box, which is underneath the podium on the way into the pit
not
lane.
your box. Yeah.
Not your own box, because you're sharing that sometimes with a considerable number of cars. You're sharing it all the time, but sometimes with a considerable number of cars. Now we've got a yellow flag at the exit of the carousel, and no car showing down there. So need to keep an eye on what's going on out there and see if that gets upgraded. It is a yellow flag rather than a slippery surface flag, so unlikely to be weather. Coming down to the last third of the race, 5 minutes before we go into the last hour. And the KCMG Porsche then, which I thought had an advantage after doing a stint of just on an hour, just over an hour, and the first, has not been able to replicate that in its second stint. A reason being it's missing a significant part of the right rear wheel arch. So that has been fueled and is now being repaired. The right rear wheel is not on, but I think that's been taken off. So is that the wheel arch then that is at the start of the lap on the Nordschleife? Wheel arch is gone, part of the rear valance is gone. The right, yeah, it is, because it has a very light blue
door mirror.
And it's gone. Now, what was Josh Burden's last lap then? It was a
8:21, 8:23, and
where is he? KCMG, there he is.
8:34.
8:50.
My apologies.
8:50.
Right.
So he's had to struggle round. May have some suspension damage to the right rear of that car.
But it looks like a tyre failure there, because it's just not like necessarily contact to the bodywork. It looks like almost tyre failure there.
There was a rub down the door as well.
I did spot that as well. I was trying not to read too much of that, so they're putting a spare door onto it, but that would have gone at just they've got to do the whole of the Nordschleife.
Yeah, rear valance. These GT3 Porsches, they are built to come apart very easily,
like Lego.
Yeah, a couple of pop fasteners for most of the bits and pieces. There's damage to the right front as well, so it's all down the right hand side. So he's either been thumped and pushed into the barrier and then something's fallen off, or he has...
I'm intrigued at the damage, John.
Yeah, me too.
You're absolutely right. The first thing you spotted, the bodywork was completely missing. There's a scrape on the door, which came first and second.
Cause or effect,
cause or effect, but the rear valance was totally undamaged. So there
was a chunk out the back of the rear valance though, on the right rear.
Fair enough. Well spotted. Hadn't seen that.
Right, let's have a look. What car was that? Okay, it was an accident. Oh, okay, that didn't help at all. Accident at post 61, which is where we know it was. We've also had we're having an investigation into the number 224 for exceeding code 60 speed limits. And the 224 is the Zorg Rennsport BMW 330i. Coming down to the hour mark, we'll give you a full rundown of the cars that are leading their classes in just a moment.
Yeah, Bill was supposed to jump in the car now, so it was his thing coming up. I'm not too sure what happened, but there was either a contact on the entry to Nordschleife. There is quite some significant damage to the right rear. We'll see if we can fix it and try to get back out on track.
But it seems when you see the mechanics of KCMG, it's just bodywork. It's just a rear fender, a door, a front fender, and it seems that the car go out very quickly.
Yeah, we'll try. We have to see. There is quite a bit of sensors that has a little bit of damage on the rear, so we just have to make sure it's safe for oil to go out. But the crew is one of the best in the paddock, so we'll see what we can do.
Good luck for the rest, and hopefully with a better finish, maybe tomorrow. Dennis Olsen wird es kurz noch übersetzen. Also, ist scheinbar gerade
so,
ins Auto gesprungen.
Dennis Olsen talking to the Patrick Simon there, confirming what we thought. Contact going on to the Nordschleife, and maybe more than the bodywork that we thought. So there was right-hand side damage to that car. Didn't mention the other car. It will need a new rear valance. I don't think it's damaged the splitter, and they may have got away without any suspension damage as well. Patrick Simon on the spot for us there as we head towards the last 1 hour, the final 1 hour of racing today. Remember, we will be back tomorrow with the full field single car qualifying before another 3 hours tomorrow afternoon. It's a bumper weekend of racing here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for ADAC Total Energy 24 2022. Through goes the number 11 Audi, sitting a bit further down the field, I think, than they would like, but that is a GT4 version, slightly smaller rear wing. You can spot that as it goes through. Peter Snowden, your thoughts on the second hour and what we might see in the next 60 minutes as the top three are all in the pits?
I was just going to say top three all into the pits there at the same time. All sorts of action. The KCMG thing, we didn't think it through, did we, John? We were talking about, was it bodywork damage? Was it a tyre failure? The door mirror was off the car.
Yeah.
So of course it had contact with something. Never thought it through. Logical when you think about it. We said it, didn't process it. Shame for them. The fifth car is in as well at the moment. Dan Harper in the BMW straight in. That's being serviced as we stand there now. I think there's a driver change in that as well. So that will be Max Hess going into that car. The 72 will take over, I think.
So
Van Tour takes the lead at the moment.
So they've done over an hour in that car.
Yes.
So they've now got back. So this will be now their last pit stop, because with under an hour to go, we knew they can do that. So they have done a 6-lap stint, a 7-lap stint.
Brakes on fire on that as well at the moment. Sitting in the pit, they're putting the servicing it, but it's front right brake caliper or patch pan. Not just, most definitely on fire. They're actually having to rotate the wheel now to try and get some of the sparks out. That's definitely on fire. That's a bit of an issue there. I'm not sure that's going to go out immediately. Stands. They might have to get that wheel off again and cool that down. So they are standing by with a fire extinguisher just in case. But there's some issue with the front right on the leading number 72 BMW Junior car. They've now got an airline to it, putting cold air, blowing it onto. I said they have to do something with it, but that's
blowing oxygen onto fire.
Yeah,
not necessarily.
What does the fire need? What does it feed off?
Fuel and oxygen.
Exactly.
So if there was something, it might just have been a little bit of rubber pickup behind there, but it looked more metallic to me. I think I'd be worried about that. I think that looked more brake lining type of look to it, but they seem happy. They're just cooling it down. They've sent it. It's gone. So they're back now in with a shout, because they've done their last pit stop. So their last pit stop has now been completed. So out has gone Max Hesse, you're right, for BMW Junior team. Now he's the first out of those guys who have just stopped. In the 99, Augusto Farfus has jumped in to the Rover Racing M4 GT3. Let's see who is next out. It is Get Speed and the number 4, and that is Gilles Gunon, the Frenchman, who's out in that. Big gaps there, bigger gaps than I thought. Now let's see, what about the Audis? Car Collection 22, the Sharer, those cars going out. As Patrick Niederhauser stayed on board, the number 22, he'll take that to the end. And still waiting to see TF Sport, by the way, up in the top 15 when they pitted.
What car are they running?
They're running a Aston Martin Vantage AMR
Never catch
GT3 with an AMG engine, and Octane 126 out. Well, they've done a cracking job in that Octane 126 Ferrari, because they have stretched it to make their last pit stop with the others. So that's a genuine position with the cars around them. And taking that car to the end, remember they're stopped after just eight laps, is going to be... Where is... Is going to be Bjorn Grossman. The whole team are listed from Valliselle in Switzerland. Bjorn, Simon Trummer, Jonathan Hershey and Luca Ludwig. Now, who has taken out Maxi Goldstein behind the wheel of the number 3 Mercedes? Well, we've got a race to the finish here, because Vanto's still got to stop. So the whole of the top 6 have got to stop. And how far in do they go? Vanto will have done an 8-lap stint. So Dan Hartman rung 8 laps out of that BMW Junior team number 92. Nick Yellerly, see above. Daniel Juncadella for the 4 Mercedes. Patrick Niederhauser also. Jonathan Hershey. Now, Jonathan Hershey did a 8-lap stint, but that ended a couple of stints ago. So has that Ferrari done 1 extra pit stop to everybody else? They actually done 3 pit stops. I don't think they have. No, they haven't.
Just thinking, John, just musing. I was thinking about some of the supercars, V8 supercars I was watching last week. We said, you quite rightly pointed out on the brake fire on the BMW Junior team car, adding air to it. They use nitrogen these days as well. So it may not be as daft as you think.
If they're allowed, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Quite right.
Still watching what is going on the any other. We've had another car failure. Oh, no, we had that one. The 38 seconds, didn't we? Forget speed. They served
32 seconds, yeah, they served that the way in.
It says 38 seconds here now, and I'm sure that said 32 before.
It was, sorry, that's why I corrected you. Sorry, John. Yes,
yes.
If it was definitely 32 when first
there was
reported.
2 32s, one for the jump start, for passing, and one for the thing. Never mind. They're just doing it to confuse, which is difficult, let's be honest. Right, inside the last hour, I promised you a rundown of the leaders, with the top 6 yet to make their final pit stops. So leaders in class here. Let's leave out the SP9 category at the moment. So in 28th in Cup 2, the 127 Porsche from KKM Racing. 31st is the SP8T leader. That's the Aston Martin from Pro Sport. That's in 31st position. The Cup X is the Teichmann Racing KTM Crossbow. It's the 161, the green car, in 33rd now. We have Hyundai Motorsport next up in the TCR class, up to 35th, the leading 830 Elantra. 37th SP10 Pro Sport Aston Martin. That is the 82 car. 39th Cup 3 leader K Kramer Racing. That's their second class leader. This one's the 255. It's another Porsche Cayman. 114 leads SP3T, the Subaru Technica International WRX. That's the 114 car. 44th position. 45th position, Adrenaline Motorsport has their BMW Club Sport leading the Cup 5 class. That's the 871. The privately entered 140 SP4T leader is a Cayman, and it's in 50th position. Adrenaline's BMW 240i is leading the 240i class in the 240. In position 240, no, in position 51. The 54th position is the 633 AT leader. That's Colm Ledegaard for the Porsche Cayman GT4. The 330 is leading VT2 rear drive. That's the BMW 330i. Heck is rear. Remember, Lang Heck, Kurt Heck, VT2, if you're following along on timing and scoring. 57th position for another Adrenaline class leader there. 117 leads SPX, that's Marcus Paltala in the KTM, back at the head of the SPX class in 2. Happy birthday down in the pit lane for one of the BWT drivers. Let me continue the rundown as the singing continues in the background. KTM Crossbow, Marcus Paltala, we got down in 60th. 61st V5, Adrenaline, Porsche Cayman. Adrenaline also, that's a 444, 396 is their other class leader in 46th position. The front drive VT2 class is the GT Tire Golf Mark 7, and the 325i leads V4 in 79th position. So that's your class leaders with just on 50 minutes to go. Code 60 at Hatzenbach, and that is that's the 89 car that's gone off there. Is that the young car?
It is, yeah, young entry, number 89 Opel Astra. The one you're commenting on here, the yellow and blue one.
It's one of 3 cars they've got. They've got the 87, the 88, and the 89. And it was the 87 that was having the battle for second and third with the Strycheck OPC car. So just noticed that Jean-Philippe Imperato is driving the 29. So exactly what I was talking about before in terms of seeing people in cars that you perhaps weren't expecting to see. We had Christina Nielsen drafted in at late notice into the Iron Dames Ferrari up at Spa this weekend. Her dad was racing here at the back end of last season, Lars Erik, and I didn't expect to see him on the entry list. So 50 minutes then, and the lead 6, Peter, are in the pits. So now what we've got to do is wait to see Chris Haase in the number 72. Max Hesse in the number 72 come through for BMW Junior team, and we've got a right puncture, and one of the touring cars coming very slowly down the Dottinger Höhe, and it's smoking as well. Now, is that tyre smoke or engine smoke? Oh dear.
By the way it's billowing, I'd say it's potentially mechanical engine rather than tyre. Initial thoughts?
I'd agree with that, Peter. They have got the right-hand side of the car on the grass, whoever's driving that, which normally is A, to get out the way, and B, to put a punctured tyre out the way so they don't drop too much debris. So Max Hesse has stayed aboard the BMW number 72, and he's taken over from Dan Harper in the 72. The change came through rather quicker than I thought. Augusto Farfus is in for Nick Yellerly in the 99. Is Jules Guinon in for Juncadella? Yes, we did these, didn't we? That changed much quicker. But I'm sure it's Patrick Niederhauser who stayed in the 22. Yes, it is. So the rest of the cars that have not made their second stops now are coming in, which includes the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche out of 14th position. No, that car's not come in yet. Take that back. And as I say that, pulls in the pit lane. Of course it has.
The car that's slow on the Dottinger Höhe is the Viking Motorsport. Would you believe it's a 325 BMW, but it's car number 323. That just completely confuses.
That's the V4 leader.
Correct.
It was in 80th position.
That's what I think. It's saying there's potentially a puncture now. We've got something.
Ben Lyons at the wheel of that. Now, just
that's the Astra that's gone into the barriers. It's that's going to be a Galgenkopf, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the 89 car. That is one of the cars that we were talking about a moment or two ago. That's the Imperato car. No, it's not. Oh, yes, it is. Yeah, it is. It's the 89 car. Exactly the team we were talking about that has the 3 with 3 cars in, and
yeah, 87, 88, 89. Yes, could be
the young motorsport car with Jean-Philippe Imperato and Francois Valles. And well, has there been a coming together there then? I mean, I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making 89 in the case of that OPC. There are intervention vehicles there, but that's going to be a slow zone for a wee while. Tiergarten had a yellow flag a moment or two ago. That presumably was for that BMW limping back to 323. Hearing on the ticket that the Aston Martin Vantage GT4, the 81, that's the Damari Walker and Sokolovsky, is out with a broken rear wing. Broken rear wing from race control on that car. All of a sudden, we've got a bit of carnage going on with 45 minutes to go.
Do you know, John, about 15 minutes ago, as we got into the last hour, it crossed my mind, as it does the commentators, it's been an incident-free race. Very few code 60s, or 120s, or even incidents. And I thought, I went to say it, I went to verbalise it, and I thought, no, don't do it, because what you'll do is, you're quite right, you just go, Snowy, don't do that. So I didn't. However, it still happened.
Hashtag blame Snowy's
Don't start that again.
Hashtag blame Snowy's thoughts. By the power of just his mind, he's created carnage out on the circuit.
So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to write down the first 6 numbers that come into my head for our national lottery tonight. See if we can win that, John. Then we'll go racing together. How about that?
I like that. I like that.
What would we choose? What would we choose?
Oh, no, easy. A GT4 or a 992 Cup car, and come to something like this or go Creventic racing.
Do you know what? I'd happily do TCR with you, and that'd be brilliant.
TCR is really good value, isn't it? Front-wheel drive cars.
Get a Generation 15 Golf or something. It's about somebody can afford it.
43 minutes and 40 seconds to go, and at the front of the field, let's just bring you up to date after what we believe will be the final pit stops. Max Hesse, the BMW Junior team, has an 8.5 seconds lead from Augusto Farfus in the similar BMW M4 GT3, but from Rover Racing. Jules Guinon for Mercedes AMG Team Get Speed, the pink and blue AMG. That's the number 4. He's another 13 seconds further back. And then 25.5 seconds further back in 4th position is the 22 car collection Audi. Top 5 made up by Fred Vervisch for Phoenix in the number 15 car. So that the best placed of the cars that went long is now in 5th position. And isn't that interesting how all of those cars ahead have managed to claw it back? So several different ways here, Peter, of getting to 3 hours in terms of how many laps have been completed.
Well, of course, it was the Ferrari, wasn't it, that got us speculating on this or guessing or on what was going on here, with that dropping right down the order. That had an enforced pit stop 3 laps into the race, so 30 minutes in thereabouts, because of some contact and a left puncture. Not sure whether it was front or rear. I suspect it was front, actually. I've got a feeling it was a front left puncture on that. And that's what started thinking about that. And as you say, you just said that the cars that have gone the longest, it's in 5th place. Well, also that was it's now in, what's he got off the screen now? Right in front of me.
Who are you looking for?
The Ferrari.
26 is there, 7th.
7th, yeah. Glad you can see that, because I couldn't.
Here's another car that we haven't mentioned a lot, but the Mercedes-AMG number 21, CP Racing. That's the two Charleses, Putman and Esplanade, with Shane Lewis, and I think Joe Foster's added to that as well for the 24. So he might well be getting a bit of practice this weekend. Had a great result in the Creventic Series in the Spa 12 Hours a couple of weekends ago. Won their class and came second overall. Almost. I think if there'd been a couple of laps fewer, they would have won, but they had to dial it right back at the end. Great fuel saving. That's a car. And by the way, I was talking about Jean-Philippe Imperato at Young Motorsport, and I forgot to mention why I wanted to mention him, and thank you very much to Johannes Koglika. He is the CEO of Alfa Romeo. So really should be having there's still a Giulietta TCR car that's homologated. Surely he should be out in that.
He should be in Miami, shouldn't he?
I bet he's having way more fun here.
Yeah, guaranteed that. So the Pro Sport Aston just come in to have its rear wing straightened. At a very, very strange angle there. Not quite sure what's happened there. I guess it's just had a half rotation and just kissed a barrier to put the rear wing into such an odd shape. Whether that's going to require stays or how much work, I don't know, to get that. I can all just unbolt and replace. The team will have a good look at that, I'm sure, and ascertain quite quickly what to do with that rear wing.
Peter Snowden and John Hindhaugh, you can join in at RSL_studio, hashtag RSLN24Q part 1. No, sorry, you don't have to do that bit. We've made that long enough already. RSL N24Q. Back tomorrow, early doors, 9:15 here, 8:15 in the UK. Aston Martin's made it back. This is the number 81 car we were talking about with a broken rear wing. And the dark green and tangerine machine. And the swan neck has broken on the left-hand side. Now, the problem with that is I don't think it's the top bit on the wing. I think it's the wing stay itself, Snowy, which is through the hatch area or the boot lid area of the car. And I'm not sure how easy that is to change on that, on the Swiss Cheeseport AG car.
No, indeed, I think you're absolutely right, John. What's interesting is, though, just from the little bit of our camera crew footage down there in the pit lane, just what we're able to see there's absolutely no damage to the back of that car otherwise. So
Not a scratch.
Not a scratch. It looks like it's had a wing failure on its own. So I've got a feeling that it's going to send it out again as it is, on the basis it can't come off, but it can't be doing the aero any good at all. The question is how efficient is it in the first place now if it runs all like that with that angle?
Will they be told off for variable aerodynamic devices? Got a course car out on the Dottniker Hohe. Maybe just going to pick up some of the tyre damage from that tyre debris from that 323 BMW. 12 Celsius, so getting a little bit chillier today with 38 minutes to go, and it is starting to get dark. The lights of the Dorrant Hotel beginning to shine through, and the headlights of the cars now are reflecting on the surface. So if you're watching on the the world feed, the TV cameras make it look a little brighter than it is. Through goes the 24 red and white Audi. It's the Lion Speed by Car Collection, Chris Mees driven car. The lion's head on the side, very pretty colour scheme on there. The other car is the 22 Car Collection car, which is a little bit further up. It's the Patrick Niederhauser car. That's the blue and white Audi R8. They're both Evo 2s. Certainly the 22 is. Yes, they are. Both Evo 2s. Now, the Evo 2 Audi of the Lion Speed car, the reason you can tell it's an Evo 2, it's got a reverse swan neck.
It's a swan neck the other way around, isn't it? Yeah.
So what they've done there is realised that it's much better if you mount the wing from the top, but it's even better if you put the wing stays behind the wing and run the swan neck forward onto the wing rather than from the car back onto it. And the reason for that is it means that the airflow coming off the rear window, and you'll also notice on the Evo 2 cars, they've got the old-fashioned splitters either side of the rear window to keep the air attached, and they've got them on the roof and on the edges of the front wings and on the edge of the rear wings. Some very clever aerodynamics going on with the second iteration, the second evolution of that Audi. Chris Mees behind the wheel of that sort of reddy orange and white number 24 car, going down to Sabine Schmidt's curve now.
That's where time in the wind tunnel is well spent. If we get out there on the track, but as you say, just that, it's so simple when you think about it. If you're gonna the swan neck mount to the wing, if you put the wing forward,
yep,
the wing is working through the air first,
correct?
Not the mounts. It seems so obvious, doesn't it, when you say it? But John, I'm no aerodynamicist. You know,
it's like the guys, all the old guys who at Boeing who had retired but were still doing bits and pieces, and they were building their own planes, their own little, you know, microlights and stuff like that, and they came up with the idea of bending the wing tips up and sold it back to Boeing for a lot of money, and they got drafted back into the company. Tiny little things make big differences. Just had the big May Day holiday, of course, and the festivals around here include the mounting of trees right on the top of the high poles in all the villages, and plenty of bands and eating and outside cooking. Feast of Corpus Christi can't be too far away either, can it? Which is the normal weekend for the holiday weekend for the Nürburgring 24, because there's a couple of holidays in that, and being a religious feast, it is literally a movable feast. It's the Thursday after Trinity Sunday, isn't it? So we might have had that this year. Need to find that now. As a good Catholic lad, I should have known that. Well, as a Catholic, anyway. They haven't seen me for a while.
Now, John, I mentioned earlier about the BMW Junior team wanting to avenge the finish of the NLS 3, the second race we had, yeah? In that race, when it was an Augustus Farfus led home a young Max Hess by a tenth of a second. What have we got with 33 minutes to go? A young Max Hess leading August Farfus. How cool is that?
And before you tweet in, I'm miles wrong. It is June the 16th this year, Corpus Christi.
Just after Le Mans for you then, back in time for Le Mans.
Yeah. Thursday. So actually, it's the Thursday after Le Mans. So remember that from now on. If you want to get in touch, at RSL_studio, hashtag is RSLN24Q. Hello to Sarah Rigby. She'll be getting rather too excited about the Astons leading. They've got a class leader. They've got a 15th overall for TF Sport in the 90.
Point of order, and I very, very rarely correct you, John. I have to be on very, very safe ground to do so. You cannot get too excited about Aston Martin.
Okay.
Just saying.
Charlie Eastwood driving the TF Sport. 18th have dropped down to now after the pit stops, but still going well. Oh, the team gets speed. Number 4, third position. And Jules Gunon threading the eye of the needle that is coming down through the Stefan Beloff S's, through Flansgarden. Now down through the crack of the gearbox, going down through the box there as he came through the Kleiner Carousel. Now up towards the Galenkov. Well, that's interesting there, because I've seen so many people who give up the first right-hander and don't even try to apex it at all, but Jules there did, and he slightly missed the second apex onto the Dottinger hole, but by doing that I wonder if he put slightly less lock into it and therefore scrubbed less speed off to take down the long straight.
He was doing all that under yellow flag situations as well. He was blatting along quite happily. I've noticed very neat, there was one left-hand part of there where there was no yellow flag, there was a green for a minute, and that's exactly the moment he came across a back marker, So talk about observation and taking all the detail in. As he came up behind it, yeah,
Back
through, back to a yellow again. Absolutely spot on. Because I was watching him, the closing speed, thinking, you're under yellow. No, there's a green on the right-hand side. Superb work by Jules Gunon there. But he has got a bit of form, hasn't he? Because his dad was quite handy, wasn't he?
Just a bit. Lovely lad as well, actually.
I can tell you stories about him, but it's probably not broadcast.
I'm talking about the boy.
Oh, I'm talking about the dad.
Yeah. May the 26th is Ascension Day. It's the closest church holiday. So that gives us our date for... I got me religious holidays mixed up for the 24th. So coming up, the end of the month is the Total Energy ADAC 24 hours in the Nürburgring. We've got half an hour of the first of 2 3-hour qualifying races here this weekend, and tomorrow we'll start 9:15 Central European Summer Time. That's 8:15 in the UK. Wherever you are in the world, if you go to radio-show.co.uk, you'll see our start time on RS1 for the audio tomorrow, but we've got the video as well for the World Feed TV. And we're starting that early, not to fit the 3 hours in necessarily, but anybody who's taking part in tomorrow's race will get 2 laps of the Nordschleife pretty much on their own, because the cars will be set off at intervals from the start-finish line, and that's going to take a good 90 minutes, 2 hours, I would have thought, to get everybody through. Looking forward to that immensely. Some of the drivers will have done it before, because the GT3s have done that before for some time. I think it was Glickenhaus who did that first, got that first pole during that way. So hats and back, we've got an intervention vehicle there. Pretty slowing down, that must be a code 60 there. They are going so slowly. But quite clearly, some of the drivers will not in the lower classes. So that's going to be a real eye-opener for them. End of the lap for number 33. Porsche goes to the right of one of the Caymans that was coming into the pits and has to jink back immediately. That's the Falcon Motorsport Mitch Evans driven car that crosses the line now and goes down to turn 1. Wasn't even phased by that. That could have been very big indeed as he goes through turn 1. Just lifted off, swapped back to the other side, got his foot down, let the torque of the 4 litre naturally aspirated flat 6 do the job for him. Around about 500 and plenty horsepower.
But perfect example of pro driving there. Deal with it, make a decision,
get on,
move on.
Yeah.
Next, dismiss. Don't dwell on it. But as you say, I was watching it there on that onboard, going to the right, thinking, oh, what if that Kevin needs to go into the pits? And as you say, just switch to the other side, job done.
Yeah, and for sake of veracity, we should say that the Cayman heading pit bound was the 259 in Cup 3, which is sitting in 9th in its class, and behind the wheel of that privately entered car. And this is the beauty of this category. You get works cars along with, you know, groups of friends entering here. It's Heinz Dolphin who was driving that car. He's in with Jean-Lee Chamboni and Jonas Spolgen, all German team, racing in that 718 GT4 Club Sport. I think it must be now only really motorsport and probably only endurance and GT motorsport, Snowy, where as a world-class sport where amateurs are on the field of play, if you will, at the same time as the very best in the world. You can go to Le Mans as a gentleman amateur driver. We've got rain back on the far side of the circuit. Anti-birdie.
Yeah, we've got another code 60 as well, which is just on the entrance to Bergwerk as well, which is the, would you believe, the another one of the KTMs, not the true racing ones, but the Teichmann this time. The 161 entry, again, obviously CapEx.
Oh, and it's pouring of rain.
Yeah.
There's cars off the track. Verstappen down at the bottom of the hill there. Bergwerk and the car collection, I think that's the car collection Audi that's been into the wall. Right front damage to that car. So, and it's moving very, very slowly. I think that is the number 22 car, the Niederhauser car, which is in 4th position. I need to get a better look at that. But it looked to me like the blue and white Audi. And it's very, very wet indeed down there. Or there's been oil down or something.
I was going to say there's some change of surface there. There's one of the Rover BMWs, I'm not sure which it was. I
Ex-Mool
don't
at
think
the
it was
Bergwerk.
Farfus, but one of the, there must have been the other Rover BMW. I don't know how we quite got that pulled up there. Yeah, something's gone off because we've got debris all over the track.
Yeah,
Listen, the
huge. It's the 161. It's the KTM one.
That's the one I just mentioned. Yeah, so, yeah, that's massive damage, isn't it? That's a big impact. Lots of debris on the left-hand side.
Teichmann racing car.
Yeah, it's a Teichmann car, just mentioned.
That was the pole sitting car. Laura Kryhammer started it. Then Tim Sandler and Florian Wolf would have been in that car, I think. And that has spread its component parts all the way up the right-hand side of the track. There is a little bit of weather coming down from the north, so that's where that would hit, that sort of area. Hoacht and Verstappen, Steilstrecke maybe. Still raining over at Spa as well on the radar. So let's see if I was right about that. Oh, well, there was 2 cars came together. So it wasn't the wetness necessarily, it was 2 cars coming together. But that did not involve the KTM. That's very odd. KTM Audi powered, of course, definitely the 161, and it's lost all of its nose. The 163 in as well, getting a single centre lock nut tidied up and goes back out again. Let's see who else is going slow.
The car collection's at the car collection number 22
It's
Audi.
definitely an Audi. It might have been the Phoenix Audi, you know, the 15. It might have been Vivation, the 15.
It was. You're absolutely right, John. It was.
He's dropping down.
Yeah.
He's got a long sector time. Apologies for worrying car collection fans there. So it's Fred Vervish. He was running. He was in 6th position, remember, after their tricky strategy took them longer into the race. He was the best of the cars that had gone long. But it is a little bit slippery out there, no doubt about it. Falcon going through there at the moment with, said it was Mitch Evans, didn't we, driving that car in the number 33. And it's properly dark now, Peter.
Which I think, outside of the 24-hour race, we've never actually seen this before on the Nürburgring. Any of these sort of VLN, NLS series.
I like the idea, though.
We've never had it before, have we? Which, yeah, it's great, great experience. I'm sure this is a first.
Well, yes, not planned for this. Delayed races might have gone a little bit darker. Mustang coming into the final part of the Nordschleife, but ahead and have just passed it. It's Max Hesse. Goes across the line now in the gathering darkness. It really is quite dark on the front straight now. Waiting for Farfus to come through. Chris Haase down in the pit lane, the Phoenix driver. Talking about his teammate here. Typical Nordschleife accident. And a little bit slippery. They were on slicks in a bit of weather. Got involved with another car. It's going to take him some time to get back, is what he's just said there. So, thanks to Patrick Simon for that. Oh, team car collection, I was right the first time.
Yeah, that was definitely going slow, that car, wasn't
it?
Yeah.
So it wasn't the 5th, or if it was the 15 dropped way down as well.
Yeah, the 15's gone off at Versailles and hit the wall.
All right, so
but
was
the car
that
collection car's gone off as well? It's going slowly
so
as well.
those were the two cars that hit each other then?
Potentially.
So car collection then limping back. So both of those cars were well up. My goodness. My goodness. 3rd position, I think, that car collection machine, wasn't it? So that's clunked the barriers as well in some ways, even if they haven't come together. See if the race control are talking about it. No. 89 we talked about. Cars under investigation for slow zone and code 60 violations, and they'll be added on to the end of the race at this point. So we've gone beyond the point where they'll be coming into the pits, of course. The number 21, that is the CP racing car.
Yeah.
That's under investigation for code 60. And the 222 is the leader in... No, sorry. The GT Tyre Motorsport by WS Racing car.
Einer der wenigen. Michael Mönch, du bist Local Hero, du kennst dich in Adenau rund um den Nürburgring aus. War das ein Call? Hast du gesagt, komm, lass uns diesen Schritt gehen, weil es ist schon gewagt, solange es hier noch trocken ist.
Sure, where Patrick is down in the pit lane.
Und er sagte, es ist zu tricky, lass uns lieber Regenreifen und den Sieg nach Hause holen, weil unser anderes Auto ist leider verunfallt. Und so sind wir safe, es geht um nichts. Warum soll man das Auto kaputt machen? Wir haben morgen einen schönen Renntag. Auf Nummer sicher gehen.
Die Gefahr, dass man mit dem Regenreifen auf der langen Lüttinger Höhe, wenn es trocken ist, irgendwie einen Reifenschaden erleidet, ist nicht da.
Nee, bei dem Auto nicht. Dafür ist er zu leicht. Der lässt sich auch mit einem Regenreifen relativ gut durchfahren. Also das ist okay. Ja. Und sind ja noch 3 Runden, das reicht.
Das schafft man. Ja. Damit vielen Dank für die Information. Zurück zu euch. Ich gebe Ihnen jetzt noch die Mangelliste von Olli Martinis ausgehört. Ja.
Boundless energy, Patrick Simon down in the pit lane. The Takeman Racing drivers, maybe, down there. The KTMs. So with 18 minutes to go, the gap at the front of the field is now 7 seconds between first and second, and then 24 seconds back to Jules Gunon for AMG. Then Rover Racing's number 98. It's BMW as well, of course. That at the moment is being driven by Sheldon von der Linde. It's proper dark here, guys. It really is.
Good practice for 2 weeks' time.
Yeah. Battle for Cup 2, first and second, going on to the Nordschleife. 2 Porsches, of course, 992s. You can tell that by the light bar across the back and the swan necks. That is the Huber Motorsport leading the 125, and the Kid Kramer UG machine in second. Now, they were leading for quite a long time. 2 drivers in those cars with their white headlights blazing out. 125 at the moment is the Huber car, and that is, well, it's Julian Schell behind the wheel of that car. He's not listed on my sheet against them. And in the 127, that'll be Maury Krantz in the car that was also driven by Christopher Brugge and Carsten Kramer. Meantime, at the sharper end of the field, got an Audi battling against the Ferrari, I think.
I think you're right, John. I'm just looking at the differences in the light quality of the Ferrari. Just It's got daylight switches on it.
They've got extra lights on the bottom of that Ferrari, and they're not tinted. So that's going to be the number 26 car, isn't it? Which is the Octane 126. Yeah. So that's Kuba Girmasiak behind the wheel of the 16 right ahead of him. That is the battle for 5th and 6th. And I mean, that's a pretty good run, considering what the Ferrari had to come back from earlier on.
Dropped down to 30th.
Yeah.
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 With that puncture on 3 laps in.
More rain and Adana forced, so that is at the other side of the circuit from where we saw it earlier on. So it is spreading across the track. Still coming down from the north, so that's the northeast and the northwest of the circuit that has some rain at the moment. Thank you to our helicopter pilots and crew for giving us that information.
Wird jetzt repariert und morgen wieder angegriffen, oder? Ja.
15.5 minutes to go.
Drück mir die Daumen. Bulldog Racing.
So the Bulldog Racing car in the pit lane at the moment. And why is it called Bulldog Racing? It's named after our dog.
Auf der Bundesstraße rund um den Nürburgring seht, könnte er der Pilot sein und ein Mini ziehen. Wir bleiben dran. Zurück zu euch nach oben.
So snowy. Full attack mode now. If you've got any pace left, there's been yellows, there's been code 60. Adana forced up to Fuchsrohr now, the top of the foxhole, so right the way through that area, through Arenberg, so that's quite a long way. So, should I say the other way around? Fuchsrohr to Adana Forest. So that's where the weather is, and they are slowing people down to 60. So that's going to save fuel, so that it's full rich everywhere else on the circuit, isn't it? But you've got to be so careful not to go through under yellows or purple flags. 3rd place. Coming through to the end of the lap now, Jules Gounon. And not a pass for position. That's one of the KTMs ahead. Maybe the 117 car. You've got the tracker. Meantime, yeah, it was. I think that was Marcus Baltala, Johannesson, Ferdy Stuck's car. Meantime, the Niederhauser Audi has finally made it back to the pits. The last lap is 17.5 minute lap, and that has taken it out of a potential podium position with that incident down at Versailles and the long limp. That's half a lap, isn't it, getting back from there, Peter, really?
Yeah, good half lap there. You're absolutely right about the number 4 Gounon Mercedes sitting right behind the True Racing KTM 117.
I'm getting back into the hang of this now. Haven't done one of these this year.
I'm just watching and learning, which is brilliant.
I think it's the right-hand side of the Phoenix car. The car collection car. Oh, well, no. Left-hand rear wheel is not supposed to move like a front wheel. He's done both sides of that.
Yeah, broken toe link there, hasn't it? It's just it's got a fair amount of toe out on the rear, shall we say?
Unintentional rear steering. It can be very good on sports and performance cars. He's done well to get that back without pulling a drive shaft out. Normally, if a wheel's moving that much, if you lean on it too hard, you can pull a drive shaft out. Hands up, everybody in this commentary box who's done that before. The whole bottom link was broken. In my defence, it wasn't just the toe link. But never mind. You can't drive slow enough, really. It'll either drop out or it won't. Really dark. I can't believe how dark it is.
Just suddenly changed in the last 5 minutes, hasn't it?
Yeah. This is, this is where, well, Christopher Haase should be good in this type of weather, because Haase is rabbit, so he'll have good eyes in the
I
dark.
did wonder where you were going with that one. I thought, hang on, there's going to be some Karen connection here, so I wasn't far wrong.
Oh, there you go. Down into the first corner. Is that a battle for position? 7th and 8th. The BWT car. Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Because the Yokohama BMW, the red, white and black car, is in 8th position. That's the Sami Matti Trogan driven Valkenhorst Motorsport. Sami Matti, another absolutely quality iRace expert, and was one of the mentors to the BMW real world drivers. From memory, he has done a bit of rallycross in his native Finland, I'm going to say, which is not, of course, part of Scandinavia. It's a Nordic nation, but it's not to be said that it's Scandinavia. I'm now going to have to check that, but I think that's what the... Oh, yes, he is from Finland, thank goodness. Sami Matti doing a good job. Should have had his chance for BMW in full metal racing a few years ago, but was rather stymied by racing not happening and the long full course caution that we had in racing and the travel restrictions that were placed upon us all. But great to see him in that car.
He's only 19 as well.
Yeah. He's an excellent racer.
Silver
Car
rated.
in the barrier at Adenauer Forst. So that's another reason why we've code 60 there. Kesselchen's got an intervention car on the scene. So 871, I'm being told, is the car.
It's not on the GPS, so I was trying to find it for
which
you.
is the
John.
adrenaline. Now, was that leading its class? You know, I think it was. That's the C2 car. So meantime, the tale of war from Car Collection, down with Patrick Simon in a very brightly lit. It's when you realise how dark it is when you see how bright the fluorescent lights make it look in the pit box itself. That was a nailed on top 5, maybe better position for them. Weather, contact and a 17-minute trip back, so you can kind of say probably 12 or 13 minutes was getting that car back to the pits.
And the tickets just confirmed that it was the 22 and 15 that came together.
Right.
It was, absolutely was those two, just made it back to the pits.
We had the clues.
Yeah.
We had the clues, they were there. I was pretty certain it was the Car Collection car. And then the Phoenix car number came up without the 22. So we certainly, the clues were there. I've kind of pieced it together. Still, this is the qualifying race, Peter, and not the ADAC Total Energy 24 hours in a couple of weekends' time. And that, if you're going to have your bad luck, have it now. All the leaders as they come through in traffic on the strobe flashes. They do work very, very well.
That's one of the huge advantages in technology these days is lighting. Yeah,
Totally
it's
agree.
so much better than it was even 5 years ago, 9, 10, 20 years ago.
LED technology.
When I did 24 hours race, we had wet candles on the front. You think I'm joking?
Well, you bolted a set of CBAs or Marshalls or something like that and put the most powerful halogen bulbs, halogen quartz iodide, you know, and then if you were lucky, after that you got projector lights. Audi brought LED lamps to racing and to road cars, starting at Le Mans, and then everybody's got them now. I've got some additional, they're called Clearwater lights. They're only 3 LEDs each on my motorcycle, and it transforms the motorcycle.
I'm giggling because we did a race at Portimao at the Algarve Classic 3-4 years ago, which starts just before twilight. So it's a 2-hour race to do into proper dark, yeah. But we're in 50s cars, yeah, Woodcote Trophy. So 1952 DB2. So what do? We think, yeah, fighting, that's what we need. We'll put some LED bulbs in it, yeah? Ran them in quali just to make sure they worked. Got clocked. No, not allowed to have those.
Right.
Safety issue.
Yeah.
Like, no, we're saying it's a safety issue. No, you can't have that.
Too bright.
Too bright. So you can have a roll cage and a fireproof suit and a hand device and a plumbed-in extinguisher. You can't put better bulbs in it. No, you've got to
actually see where you're going.
Got to go back to Lucas whatever bulbs, and we're just like, wow, fantastic! You can't run better bulbs.
Well, the Spa Classic runs classic touring car race, which Patrick Simon, actually, who's in the pits for us here this weekend, he's got a couple of smashing cars that he puts in there, and he bought one specifically for it, an X-Works BMW. And you're not allowed to upgrade the lights on that either. And it's really dark around Spa.
Yep.
Really dark around. There's no additional
lighting.
For that. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Done more 24-hour races there than anywhere else.
I stayed up late to watch that when we went down there when I first got the 968, so that'll be 5 years ago. And then came here to the Nürburgring to do the 24 hours. They were just a weekend apart.
And stupidly, it's cold at Spa as well at night.
It's
very cold at night. Sounds ridiculous
started,
in a racing car.
I think it started at 11:15 or 11:30 and went on until just after midnight, so it was really dark for an hour and a half touring car race. Coming through to what will be the start of the last lap, I reckon, here for Max Hesse in the still immaculate and very classic colours of Shell on that BMW Junior Team car. The black, red, yellow and white. Bit of a funky look to it now. Being brought up to date in terms of the styling of the splashes of colour, but still very much you'd recognise that from looking at, even going back to 956s and things like that. That's the colours. That's the colour.
I hadn't thought about it. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
And Group 5 touring cars and touring cars and Group 5 GTs. Now, how far back is Philip Eng? Here he comes. I can see headlights. Is this another BMW across the line? Yes, it is. That's 16 seconds as they head onto the last lap. Eng then in the Rover Racing. Oil. Another oil car backed by an oil manufacturer. And that is a rather newer colour scheme, but my goodness, we've come to know that if you've got Rover on the side of the car, it's going to be going quickly. They're not there to make up the numbers. Always have good hospitality here at the Nürburgring as well, Rover. Just saying for the 24. And that again becoming a colour scheme that you pick out very quickly on the Grand Prix circuit at the moment. Nice to see the electro-luminescent door panels. Still got the rain lights going on as well, which I understand because it's still wet out on the circuit. How wet? That's the question. Well, the code 60s have come in from Fuchs, the end of Fuchs Rue and Adenauer Forest, but that may be for the fact that they've removed the 871 BMW. Don't the cars sound different at night? Love it.
Clear air just sounds gorgeous,
doesn't it?
And it does obviously affect the temperature. That just makes them run a little bit cleaner. They do sound absolutely gorgeous. Go back to sort of the most traditional core BMW values now with the straight six of this M4. We always think of a BMW, didn't we, back in the sort of 70s, 80s, straight six, rear wheel drive, and then went to the V8 with the M6. Now they've gone back to a straight six again.
There is something,
and a tad under 600 brake horsepower in that.
But there is something I think very special about a straight six. I'm a big Porsche fan, so I love the flat sixes, and that has a particular resonance. V6s and V8s absolutely have their places. Screaming V10s and V12s, yes. I think there's something rather elegant about a straight six. I had a 4-litre straight six Jaguar for a very long time and put a lot of miles on that, and then Joe Bradley had it and put even more miles on it. It was effortlessly smooth, that engine, and it was the last Jaguar engine, of course, that you could trace back to the Le Mans victories, because effectively that AJ16 engine was, slightly different architecture, but the block technology was slightly different.
Decades old in
yeah,
origins, its DNA.
Different materials, but the same architecture pretty much. And that was just a lovely, smooth engine. Did it produce a whole lot of power? No. But it was torquey, and it was wafty. And that's
bulletproof.
Oh, absolutely bulletproof. 200,000 miles on that engine.
Perfect for endurance racing.
Yeah.
Or 200,000 miles on the road.
Yeah, exactly so. Exactly so. Love that for XJ6 Sport. Last of the straight sixes. And so that would be the 300 before they went to the 350s and the 380s. And just love that car. Waft. It had a turn of speed. It's not a sports car, even though it was called a sport, but a four-door saloon. Yes, we do like a straight six. First BMW M3 I drove was a straight six as well, M3 Evo. In that motorsport blue colour. That was a handful. Yellow flags at Schwedenkreuz, well, the leader's passed that already. So whatever's going on is going on behind.
Last minute penalty for the Mustang as well.
Oh no!
30-second time penalty after the race. Of course, at this point, they was adding on to the end.
Correct.
They won't stop. So out again for speeding too much in the pit lane. Would you believe?
Time is about to elapse, and this will be another 7-lap run. So 6, 8, and 7 is how the BMW Junior teams have done. Time has now elapsed. Waiting to see the gap between first and second. 9.3 seconds at the last split point. The blue top 40 light flashing in the top right hand side of the window of the leader, Max Hesse. Hesse will come through. Great work by Neil Verhagen to start. And then Dan Harper in the middle eked out 8 laps and got them back in the shout. They had to do that. So that was an hour and 6 minutes that Dan Harper spent in the car. And now it's all about dodging any wet spots. 8.4 seconds. The time's coming down. But there's no traffic ahead of the leader here for Augusto Farfus to hope will slow them down. They're at the bottom of the hill now, heading up towards the Caracciola carousel. Now, does he drop down into the concrete, or is it wet down there? Yes, he does. Into the concrete. Was just over 10. Then down to 9. Now down to 8.5. Well, surely we're not going to get another one of these huge battles. It would be remarkable. The number 87 young Opel OPC, that was the last pit stop. That's a 32-second time penalty. That again is a pit stop time infringement. They were out too quickly. A little bit of traffic now for the leader as he comes down to Brunchen. Always a favourite spot for spectating, and there's a lot of camping around there at the moment. The campfires are already being fired up. Out of Brunchen, climbing the hill to the ice curve. One car ahead. Nürburgring in the dark. Last half a lap of the race. Of the first of 2 of these 3-hour qualifying events. Congratulations and thanks to the marshals, recovery crews. They've done a great job today. Weather has always been a part of this, so not too far to go now for the leader. He'll be heading on to the dot in a moment, holding steady that lead at the moment, about 8.5 seconds. Then it's 16 seconds back to the Mercedes Get Speed team. Coming down to Brunchen now. In fact, it's beyond that. Sorry, my apologies. Winding his way through towards the end of the lap. Dives down the inside of an OPC Astra there as he comes into the Swallow's tail. So the leader must be on the Dottinger now. Yes, he is. Well, this has been a beautifully judged race, Peter. I queried it. I'll put my hand up. I've been proved wrong. Not for the first time, and I'm sure not for the last. So, front row start. Fastest lap of the race, and the victory on the flasher again. Coming up to Tiergarten in the last 2 corners. BMW Junior team. Neil Verhagen started it off. Dan Harper putting the hard yards in the middle. And Max Hesse giving the job of closing it out. He's got 2 more corners. He's through them. He's on to the start-finish straight. There is a bit of light there. They've turned on the floodlights on the grandstands. And here comes the winner of the first of 2 3-hour races for this year's qualifying event for the Total Energy 24-hour of the Nürburgring. Max Hesse takes it in the end by 10 seconds. So Farfus not able to get close. Waiting for Jules Gunon now. He was only 8 seconds ahead of Kelvin van der Linde in the second of the row of racing cars. Waiting for Gunon to come through. There he is, gone through. Almost sneaking through in the dark there. BMW, Mercedes, the M4 GT3 steamroller continues. 1, 2, 3 and 5 in the last NLS race. 1, 2, 4 and 8th here.
It's a strong record, isn't it? It's a strong record.
Those 4 horsepower weren't that important then.
I'm going to send Dan Harper a message about that, actually, because he was the one that in the middle stint actually took the lead of the race in that car. So I'm going to remind you. So 4 horsepower, really, Dan? What did we say earlier when he said it it certainly won't help? And we just laughed, didn't we? A typical racing driver. Yeah, well, it's not that bad. Great result though compared to the last round. A complete reversal there. Agus Farfus 1/10 of a second ahead of Max Hesse. He managed to get his own 10-second advantage. And John, just think about this: how much action, how many things we've had during this race. It's 3 hours.
Yeah.
It's in a fortnight's time. We have a race on the same circuit with the same cars and the same drivers that's 8 times longer in distance.
6th, 7th and 8th have come through together there. Julian Andlau for Talksport WET. Ricardo Feller for Scherer Team Phoenix. Mercedes, Fabian Schiller and Sami Matti Trogen was right there as well for Valkenhurst. Sorry, so that was 7th, 8th and 9th rather. Came through pretty much together. Sami Matti Trogen comes in 10th position. Schubert Motorsport, another BMW. So, hey, how about this? BMW, 1st, 2nd, 4th, 9th, 10th. Yeah, 4th, so 4 BMWs, 5 BMWs in the top 10. Half the top 10 is BMWs. I think they'll be happy with that. I really do. We're going to give ourselves a little bit of breathing space here, but I think I can tell you, just looking to see who has finished before we lose timing. I think, yes. So I think I can give you certainly the class leaders. Some of these will be class winners as well. The big battle was in the SP8T class, which was only 3 seconds between Duo Motorsport Aston Martin and Pro Sports Aston Martin, the 69 and the 80. So I'll keep an eye for that being confirmed as they come across the line. And we had 2 Cup class cars that were right together as well. That was Cup 3, wasn't it? The 255 Kramer Racing UG car. And they've pulled away from the OMA car. So all right, so that one has resolved. So waiting for the winner to come around underneath the podium. Let me give you some leaders stroke winners. BMW Junior team win it in SP9. In Cup 2, it's the K Kramer Racing UG 911, Cup 992, the 127. And there Maurice Krantz has pulled away from the competition there. Duo Motorsport for Aston Martin were leading and still lead. And they've pulled out 30 seconds now in SP8T. Then it's Hyundai Motorsport in the Elantra in 31st position in the 830. These are all subject to any post-race additional penalties, by the way. Then we've got SP10, the other Aston Martin, the 82 for Pro Sport. 255 Kramer, Porsche, Cayman, so that's another win for Kay Kramer. They win Cup 3. STI, Subaru Technica International win SP3T with a 114. SPX, Marcus Paltala has recovered in the KTM True Racing 117 crossbow in 41st position. Coleman Edgar's finished in 45th, and with the Four Motors GmbH team has won in AT. The BMW 240 wins the 240 class for Adrenaline Motorsport in 50th position. Porsche Cayman number 140. Private team wins SP40. The rear wheel drive 330 wins for Adrenaline in the VT2 class. In V6, it's Adrenaline in their Porsche Cayman number 396. That's the Cayman S981. And their standard 981 Cayman wins V5, the number 444, some 5 places further back. Cup X, it's Teichmann Racing in the KTM Crossbow GT4 number 163. The Gitti Tyre Motorsport VT2 Golf 8 wins in the front wheel drive VT2 class. Adrenaline Motorsport take another victory. That's 5 class victories by Adrenaline there in the Cup 5 BMW CS Racing class, the number 871. And the 323 BMW got back to the pits, and I think it did some more laps as well to win V4. What a win for BMW in the junior team. They'll be absolutely delighted. Get a chance to do it again tomorrow, Peter, and you wouldn't put it past them doing it again. However, we might also see another balance of performance change here, because we had one between qualifying or top qualifying in the race today.
I've just sent a message to Dan Harper just saying, so how much did you miss the 4 horsepower? Slightly,
not that much.
Slightly mischievous, just to see what he says. But of course, as I was typing it, I had exactly the same thought as yourself, John. They might just look and go, well, we took 4 horsepower off it, and it didn't really make a difference. So
let's have a listen to this interview down the pit lane.
Showers coming and going, but at the end, very pleased again to be on the podium. I think you have to be extremely proud. It is about prepare the big race. So very keen to see my young junior winning the race. Shows that BMW is doing an incredible job to support the young guns to become pros, and they have drawn an incredible race. So congrats to the whole BMW family. There is another one tomorrow.
How much are you looking for tomorrow?
Yeah, I'm very excited. Let's see how the weather will play. But at the end, the main target here is in few weeks when the big race will come. So let's keep very grounded. Let's keep working hard. And then tomorrow there is another race to get.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Augusto Farfus there, if you didn't recognise the voice. Coming home in second position, giving the junior team their just congratulations. 10.5 seconds between first and second, 16.5 seconds between second and third. I tell you what though, Kelvin von der Linde was right there at the end on Jules Gounon. I didn't realise how close that was. That was only 3/4 of a second at the line as they came through on their last lap. It was just a sea of lights as they went past us. So we'll stay with you for the podium celebrations with a reminder, 9:15 Central European Summertime is when we go qualifying tomorrow.
Now you're winning here in the third place.
Jules Gounon in third position. Hey, Jules.
No, joking. Yeah, I knew we had a big gap, so I was just trying to manage, not take extra risk, because it was raining, there was oil on track, there was everything that you expect in Nordschleife. But yeah, today we tried our best. We, I think, achieved our best, and we're going to still work on ourselves and with the car to extract more potential for the next race.
So good luck tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, rather closer than I think he wanted it to. Yes, he was managing in third position. That was the top 3. Now, this is going to be interesting for tomorrow, Peter. So the top 3, remember this, 6.87 was the way to win it. 7.86 was what the 4th place did. 6.87 was what, 5th? 7.86. Talk Sport next up. 7.86. Share a spot with Stippy. Different for the number 3 car because they did 5, 8 and 8. But clearly, to coin a phrase, there's more than one way to skin a 3-hour race at the Nürburgring, Nordschleifer.
There most certainly is. And who'd have thought? Also, just some of those a bit further down the order there, we said, John, that the Octane 126 entry Ferrari still managed to get into 11th. Bear in mind, it dropped down to 30th.
And they had to make an extra pit stop.
Yes.
Because
still, so imagine if they hadn't had to do that.
Yeah. So they did a 3, 2 8s and a 2.
And the get speed that's third, that had a 32-second penalty as well, remember?
Yes, good point. Very good point. How far were they down? Has that been? So, very good point that was applied afterwards. So, AMG in 3rd. We heard from Gilles Coulomb.
Es war ja am Anfang ein bisschen Regen, jetzt am Ende kam auch nochmal überraschenderweise Regen. Wie sieht das morgen aus? Wisst ihr schon irgendwas? Ich meine, die Eifel ist unberechenbar, das wissen wir alle, aber hat man schon irgendwelche Prognosen?
Ich glaube, der Wetterbericht sagt, es soll kein Regen da sein, aber wir wissen, kann das hier viel bedeuten. Also von dem her schauen wir mal. Nehmen wir es, wie es kommt. Es ist immer wieder was Besonderes auf dieser Strecke, nicht nur, weil die Strecke so unglaublich ist, sondern eben auch, weil das Wetter so sein eigenes Ding macht.
Maro, fühlt man das, dass hier wieder Besucher an der Strecke sind? Letztes Jahr ging das gar nicht. Spürt man das, dass die Leute da sind, dass sie auch an der Strecke stehen? Ja, es ist so geil, es ist so schön, wieder Leute zu sehen. Gerade auf der Einflussrunde hast du Zeit, mal ein bisschen zu schauen und du siehst aber die Leute überall auf die Strecke, gerade in Brünnchen, schon am Campen und am Grillen und so weiter und das ist einfach wirklich mega. Und,
as you might imagine, it's the usual answers. Happy to be on the podium, going to try and do better tomorrow, came up a bit short.
Dann freuen wir uns alle auf morgen, auf den neuen Renntag. Dankeschön.
All the usual one, all the usual suspects.
Yeah, I think you got all of the cliches in there. To be honest, yeah. So Van der Linde a little bit closer than perhaps they would have liked down at Get Speed, but in terms of the manufacturers, BMW, Mercedes, BMW, Audi, Porsche, Audi, Mercedes, BMW, Ferrari in 11th place. The Lamborghini Huracan, which we talked about early on maybe in the first hour, but really didn't feature, the Conrad car, the number 7, that has finished in the top 20 and on the lead lap. So there's some speed in that car. It should be said that Axel Jeffries, Jordan Pepper, very, very good drivers, but it is a Pro-Am car that, and Michele Di Martino in there. So what I've got to work out, and my timing screen's not showing me, is who won Pro-Am. Because I don't have that broken out in any of the categories here. We'll do that before tomorrow. So the drivers from the top 3 teams and some team representatives have been dragged kicking and screaming, no, not at all, led gently up towards the podium. We leave the cars on the ground here for the qualifying race weekend. As I was starting to say before we did those interviews, 9:15, 9:15 Central European time, so join us from about 9 o'clock, that'll be 8 o'clock in the UK. Breakfast time, breakfast motorsports, great. Love it. Peter and I'll take you through the top qualifying, the single car shootout as it were, and then we'll have another 3-hour race pretty much straight after that. All the details and the schedule, if you go to radio-show.co.uk and scroll to the bottom of the page, and the clever thing is, and don't ask me, I don't know how it works, but it does, those times automatically, the scheduled times there automatically convert to the time zone on which your browser that you're looking at it is set. So as long as you've got that to your home time zone, it'll be on there. And there's a little TV symbol next to any of our programmes. That means we've got World Feed TV with our audio as well, and there will be one for that tomorrow. If you're travelling around tomorrow or your bandwidth challenged, if you're in the car, you shouldn't be watching the pictures, of course, then you can have the audio only via RS1. And you can attach the Radio Show Limited player to your front screen of your device, the home screen of your device, if you go to player.radiolemans.co. Perfectly judged race there, Peter, I'd say, for the top three, proving that they could do it the right way. Sounds like we're not too far away from the formalities. Third place then for Mercedes Team Get Speed, Maro Engel, Jules Gunon, Daniel Juncadella.
Jules Gunon just tripped over one of the lights on the... Sorry, Jules Gunon just tripped over one of the lights on the way onto the podium, would you believe? So
Only mistake he's made.
Yeah, so is that, I was going to say, made no mistake on track, best place not to do it, and then walking to the podium nearly went over.
Daniel Juncadella, who's listed as Dublin Island, interestingly. At second place, the Rover Racing number 99. Augusto Farfus led those guys on and brought the car home. Well done to all of the drivers there. Nick Yellerly, Philip Eng, Augusto Farfus, Conor De Filippi, I don't think was driving that car. And of course our winners, the junior team, we've mentioned them already. Dan Harper, Max Hesse and Neil Verhagen. Here's the national anthem.
Die Laufsieger des ADAC 24 Stunden Nürburgring Qualifiers.
Penalties that we can see on the race control channel. So those results, although still provisional, of course, shouldn't be affected by anything. Well done to Kate Kramer Racing with a couple of class wins, to Doe Motorsport and Pro Sport, 2 Aston Martin victories there. Hyundai in TCR, KTM in SPX, STI with the Subaru and SP3T, as well as Adrenaline with a mighty 5 class victories. Teichmann for the KTM Crossbow Cup X, GT Tyre Motorsport in VT2 front wheel drive, and a couple of privately entered cars winning as well. Porsche Cayman number 140 in SP40, and the puncture delayed 325i BMW number 323 in V4. So the presentation's been made in the darkness. Well, this is a new one on me. Doing the podium in the dark at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. We've had to do it in the rain before.
The racing in the dark's one thing, but doing the podium in the dark.
The art of podiums in the rain. Still Bradley about that at Seapool. Excellent.
Wir freuen uns auf morgen. Vielen Dank für Rennen Nummer 1. Morgen dann erneut die volle Packung. 3 Stunden Renndistanz.
So, back in the morning for top qualifying for every car that wants in. And then we'll have the second of the 3-hour qualifying races for the ADAC Total Energies 24 hours for 2022. Thanks to Tim Gray and to Michael for all the technical assistance, the full crew at Nürburgring TV, in the booth, John Hindhoff and Peter Snowden, and thanks to our pit lane reporters as well, particularly Patrick Simon with his boundless energy. Have a good night's sleep wherever you are. Up early tomorrow, Rec for Sport to Sport is the way to go. We'll see you then.
Willkommen, liebe Zuschauer, zu dem Motorsport-Spektakel schlechthin.
Zuschauermagnet, guckt euch die Atmosphäre an.
Sensationelle Stimmung in der Eifel. Die Fans sehen wir hier, das Fahrerlager ist voll.
Also wenn du hier nicht aufgeregt bist, dann hast du irgendwas versäumt.
Und lassen wir uns freuen auf 24 Stunden Motorsport vom Allerfeinsten.
Das beste, das tollste Rennen hier in der Eifel mit den besten Fans der Welt. Startgruppe 1, die Veranstaltung läuft!
Ich krieg die Pimpernellen und ihr ärgert euch, wenn ihr nicht angereist seid.
Schau dir diese Bilder an, Jörg. Die hell erleuchtete Grand Prix-Strecke, das Fahrerlager.
Rock and Roll!
Die Action, die da passiert, sind die wahnsinnig!
Da regnet's! Schau dir das mal an. Also das ist jetzt mit Slicks nicht zu befahren, was wir da sehen.
überschlagen sich wieder einmal die Ereignisse. Wieder einmal wird das 24-Stunden-Rennen am Nürburgring zu einer Mischung zwischen Himmel und Hölle.
Berührung! Berührung! Und beide drehen sich!
Was für ein Finale! Die Sieger sind im Ziel. Überbordende Freude an der Box.